from the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your home for the Oakland A's every weekend.
And it's swung a line to left center, base hit, and the A's have won it on a walk-off line drive, base hit to left center.
Sactown Sports. It's time. It is that time. Time for Stiles and Watkins.
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140. Find us on YouTube at Sactown Sports 1140.
It's time for Alan Stiles and Chris Watkins.
Yes. On a Wednesday, Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. A lot to talk about today. Kings Roundtable, that's at 10:30 with our guys, the Kings Insiders, Brendan Nunez, Frankie Cardicelli. They will be in the building. Our second official roundtable. It was great stuff last week. It will be great stuff this week as well. Trade machine's getting hot. It's getting hot, Chris Watkins. There you go. That's the sound. We'll get Nate Littlefield behind the glass today. We'll get Nate to come up with the trade machine sound, which sounds that sounds like a game show.
It did kind of sound a little pressure luckish. Yeah. Right. Yeah. It needs to be a little bit more of like computing sounds, Right. But we gotta
computer, AI.
AI's got
AI just tell us who's gonna go where.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised. That seems like it would be a natural thing where it's like AI suggests that this would be the most balanced trade for these two teams. Like
that'd be a great segment. That would be a great
turn
segment.
This mic off right now.
Yeah.
Just start working on that right now.
That's right.
We could make that a segment.
We could
figure that out.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Right.
I've always wanted
a giant waste of time.
Yeah.
But
Instead of doing the trades yourself, just have AI figure it out for you.
Since I started doing radio, I've been trying to figure out how I could incorporate like Chat GPT into a segment, like doing, hey, this entire segment is actually going to be completely analysis brought to you by Chat GPT, but I haven't quite figured out how to best utilize it. But I think this trade generated AI thing might be my moneymaker.
We got time to workshop it. I was thinking, all right, so I said originally, and this is one of those days where I said originally that I wasn't going to say the names that I was thinking for our YouTube chat.
Oh, right.
Group.
Yes.
I wasn't going to say them on air without telling you first.
Right.
But I'm going to now.
Okay.
Because why not?
Yeah,
and like you said, we got the Kings Roundtable at 10:30. Suns Lakers, we'll get into the missed call. Of course, it helps the late show because that's what it is. And QB conversations and Kings upgrades, as we mentioned. So this is the first one I'm thinking of. The Sactown Lounge.
That's not bad.
That's the only one I have right now.
Okay. I don't think that's bad at all.
Okay. Nate,
because I like the thought of a lounge. Lounges.
You lounging, chatting, talking. In the YouTube chat right now, what do you think about the Sactown Lounge?
I mean, it's chill. I feel like it's a little more intense in there for it to be a lounge.
That was my only thing.
Lounge does trying to chill it out.
I like the name.
We're trying to cool it off.
I'm not against the name at all. I like the alliteration.
Yeah.
Town Lounge. Oh, that's
I
think it's a place in the
city.
Sactown
Lounge. Of course, Jess doesn't like it. Jess doesn't like any of my little knickknacks or names.
It sounds like a waiting room. It sounds like that's
like
what
there's
the
elevator music
before the show starts.
I'm in the lounge waiting to get in.
Yeah.
It
sounds like you're not in yet. That's the only
blank.
problem with the Sactown Lounge is it sounds like a place that you go before you actually go into the place.
Was that the only one you have for now?
The Sac Chat. No, I just thought of that.
That could be a Chat GPT.
The Sac Chat.
Maybe I'll run that in GPT and see what comes out the other side.
Yeah. You might run into some legal issue with Snapchat. Who knows?
We have Ron, Stylekins.
No.
We have tall Chinese guy, Stiles and Watkins. We have Dwayne Baker,
I'm doing a lot of the heavy lifting in that one.
Watkins Stiles.
Okay,
from Emmy.
These are just like, this is not Brad Jelena here. We're not trying to make like couples names.
Watt Stiles from Emmy. How about Sactown Social? I don't mind that. I feel like that might be a place somewhere. I'm just randomly guessing.
Yeah, that's true.
That's just a guess.
I like Sactown Social. I mean, that's
Jess Escoto. Here we go. Toe talk. I don't.
Okay.
Fine.
Let's go back to the agenda.
Let's go back
Please.
to the agenda. Keep them coming in. If we find a good one, Nate's going to fire it up into ChatGPT.
Yes.
But I want humans to do it.
Yeah.
I want humans to do it. That's what I want. All right. As we get to the Suns and Lakers and QB conversation as well. And the Kings mindset taking on a Suns team who's going to be ticked off. I know that you tried to give the NBA the benefit of the doubt yesterday with it just being easier. But Chris, what is the difference between the Suns going home and the Suns just going to Sacramento?
I have no idea, especially with like all the days off as well. Like you could have just figured it out. Like they don't play until Friday.
Yeah.
You easily could have just said, yeah, we don't know, but I have no idea. The easy thing could have definitely, I mean, they did the easiest thing, but it wouldn't have been very difficult for them to just rearrange it. But it's, at the end of the day, it's not that big of a deal, but it is. It's definitely something that, you know, the Kings are getting the short end of the stick there. Like they are, I believe they're losing a potential home game. So they might.
I don't
believe they're going to have
this.
an unbalanced amount of home and road games. So I mean, it's unfortunate. I don't understand why the NBA just kind of overlooked this one part of it, but it's, I don't know. It's what, to me, the strangest thing is also, I don't know if it's going to change or not, but I checked this morning. It says an 8 p.m. start time on Friday as well. So I don't know if that was just where I checked. But
I thought I saw a lot of people saying it was going to be 6.
Let me
6
see
p.m.
here. I'll check.
I'm seeing 6 p.m.
Okay, cool. So
Pacific,
it definitely
6 p.m.
might have
Pacific.
just been the source that I checked there. But yeah, I don't know. It's the whole. I think that they really did just kind of throw away the loser portion of this. They really didn't think, because it doesn't really make sense either to have a game before the Vegas stage too. Like that part of this tournament didn't make sense, that you advance past the group stage just to then kind of go into a single elimination game with a team that has some form of home court advantage. Like I didn't understand why does the Final Four only have a neutral site? I don't understand why the round
I don't know.
Round of 8 didn't have a neutral site as well.
I guess to try to just give it.
Could they not lock down a venue for an entire week?
Highly
Maybe?
doubt.
Like, I mean, it just doesn't. That part also didn't make sense to me.
No, I highly doubt the venue being the issue. I just think it's weird. I just think it's a little bit weird because you want these teams to be excited about this, right? So as small as it may seem, look, the Suns are nothing to sneeze at. So tell them what they've won, Johnny, the Kings. Now I got to go to Phoenix, right? When we were a higher seed,
right?
Because we actually tried during these games that you were pushing. It's just a little bizarre that the NBA wouldn't give the Kings something for trying throughout this process where, you know, that they've been trying to push, and just as something as small as they're already at home, because whoever was going to be at home, I don't really get what makes anything easier about this.
No, I don't think it is. Yeah, I don't understand why, to your point, why would the NBA say, hey, we really want you to care about this group stage, the point differential, all that stuff definitely matters.
Right.
You get the 2 seed Kings, you go 4-0. You're only one of 2 teams in your conference to go 4-0 in the group stage. To your point, okay, yeah, you get the advantage of having that one non-neutral site elimination game at home, but that's not really that big of an advantage. You lose that game, and then you just all of a sudden lose all of the advantages. To your point, the Kings, you could almost say, did the NBA a favor by trying so hard in that in-season tournament, making a game out of that last Warrior game, and then they kind of weren't done any, you know, not that you need to be done favors, but like they try so hard, do the NBA all this service, give them the highest rated group stage game of the entire thing. And then
you got to go to Phoenix,
and now
it's off.
And now it's like, okay,
Suns
great.
team.
Thank you. Appreciate you doing that now. Yeah, exactly. Now, thank you for what you did, but you're going to get screwed because just because we were too lazy to, you know, figure out the consolation stage of this bracket.
And not to get too in the weeds here, but was there a game on the schedule for the Kings that there was
only 80 games announced at the
for
beginning
everybody,
of the year.
right?
Yep.
So if we're thinking about it, chances are, if you're looking around, and we don't know this for a fact, but look at the Warriors, right? Guess who the Warriors get to play, I think, today? The Blazers. So
Right.
if the Kings
Right.
had just lost and didn't really
Right.
care about
You
it,
would have had an easier
maybe
schedule.
maybe
Yeah.
they get the Spurs this week, or maybe they get the Blazers or
Right.
something. Instead, you got to go to Phoenix.
Good point.
That doesn't really make any sense to me.
It's a good point. Yeah. I mean, why aren't they just that's an excellent point. And I don't know what the NBA could do differently about it, but there's a lot of things that
Just give them the home game.
In-season give them the home game
just
would
give them the
definitely
home
be that would be an easy way to at least start it, because yeah, I mean it doesn't make sense that it does seem like just for everybody they focused on the what the actual tournament looks like,
Right.
but just completely disregarded everything that had to do with the teams that aren't involved. It's like we'll figure that out when it comes to cost, and it does feel that way as well.
Because these
It
are
feels
real
like
games.
They are deciding these things in real time and are just like, we don't really have time to flush out what's completely fair, what totally makes the most sense. Let's just get these 14 or whatever 13 games scheduled, and let's move on with this thing.
Yeah, and we'll talk about why the Kings have to go to Arizona and not LA when we get back. The missed call and the Lakers doing what they always do. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead. Outstanding ball movement by Sacramento.
Every triple, every jam, every Kings win.
Sabonis with the jam over the Joker. He's got the three-point shot.
Get your Kings fix all season long.
Right here on your home of the Sacramento
Here's
Kings.
a steal by Fox. The breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
There are good gifts, and then there are great gifts. I just shopped at Kohl's, and let me tell you, I found some really great gifts. And all for less, like 50% off Cuddle Duds bedding, a Ninja Blast portable blender for under $60, and 30% off toys. Then I got 20% off some of my finds, and I earned Kohl's cash. Don't just take it from me. Hurry to Kohl's to get the best gifts for everyone on your list. Select styles, toys, coupons do not apply. Some exclusions apply. Offers end December 6th. 20% off valid through December 10th. See store on Kohl's.com for details.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Sactown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. We have our Kings Roundtable at 10:30 a.m. with our guys Brendan Nunez and Frankie Cardicelli.
Franco
Cardo will be in the building, and we see a little bit on the text line about some of the details. The bottom line is this: it didn't make sense to me, right?
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm coping a little bit because we shouldn't even be talking about this because the Kings should be in Vegas. They should be in Vegas anyway, so the details don't really matter at this point because the Kings shouldn't be in this situation, but they are. And now they got to go to Phoenix to take on the Suns, and they got to go to Phoenix. I don't want to say because of this call, but in part because of this call.
Yeah.
And I don't know, as soon as we think the NBA or the NFL are finally figuring things out in the year of 2023.
Letting
right?
teams like the Pacers have their shine.
Yeah, right. And then you have a situation where you cannot review a timeout that was called when nobody had possession of the ball, and the ref that called the timeout or gave LeBron the timeout couldn't see what was going on. I don't understand why that can't be a jump ball, which probably still bodes well for the Lakers.
Right.
I don't think you can just give the Suns the ball because the Suns didn't have possession either, but it's just we can't do anything.
Yeah, I mean the end of that game was just a mess. Like to me, it looked like Austin Reeves was trying to sell that call, and it kind of looked to me like he just got stripped. I don't know how they were so quick to blow a whistle on the final call. I also saw Just I don't know, just ridiculous takes. Laker fans they're insane. They really do feel like I don't know, just they don't feel like the referees are really trying to help them. And in a game like yesterday, it's hard to not just be overreactionary. Like the call to me, and I'm talking more specifically about that last call where Austin Reeves is trying to get the whistle on Devin Booker, and to me looked like a strip. And I don't know, it just felt like one of those moments where the NBA looked bad. Like it looked like they were trying to sell it for the Lakers. And I'm not saying that is what happened, but in a moment like that where it's so clear that you just need to swallow your whistle in a moment like that, it was terrible. It was really, really bad.
I don't understand how it happens. And I saw Adam Silver on the Pat McAfee show this morning. It was on mute. We were in here, but so I don't know if he got asked about it.
Right.
He would just say, that's just something we're going to work on in the offseason, right? Something like that. And he's on a heater right now, right? And you know what?
Can't tell him nothing right now.
I'm sorry. So, the Lakers win, so the stage is set.
Yep.
And I'm sorry, man, because I'm looking here and Bleacher Report does their graphic for it, and Sports Center does their graphic for it, and they make it look like, I think they made it look like GTA. And you have the four people in GTA, and you have in one corner you got LeBron, the other corner you got Giannis, the bottom left you got Hallie, and in the bottom right you got Zion. And I'm just thinking, that should be De'Aaron. That should be De'Aaron right next to Halliburton.
Yeah. I mean, the NBA setup is it would have been, of course, I mean, selfishly, to see the Kings-Pacers matchup would have been incredible. Mm-hmm. Just obviously locally, like everybody would have talked, but it feels like that conversation has now reached into the national conversation where there's everybody talking about the Sabonis Halliburton trade. And then, people mentioning the De'Aaron Fox versus Tyrese Halliburton. Did the Kings make the right move? It would have been fascinating or just must watch TV to see those two teams on a huge stage like what I think that would be or will be. It would have been great to see everybody or them actually deal with that conversation on the floor. You just don't get that a lot of the time. You don't get, in the NBA, we never got the LeBron Kobe final. Not that De'Aaron Fox versus Tyrese Halliburton is to that level, but very rarely do you get those clashing of moments. And that would be a great first story to have for the in-season tournament. I think the Kings versus the Pacers, though I think the Pelicans can still fill the role for the Kings. I think small markets being in that final is, to me, what the in-season tournament should try and represent, is something that is something that, only one team can win an NBA championship, but this is something to aspire for. So yes, it would have been great to see the Kings in a graphic like that. It would have been great to see them in the Final Four, but we're still going to get some pretty intriguing storylines moving forward.
I just
the
think
LeBron versus Zion next round. That's
LeBron.
Not bad.
No, that's great.
That's
no, the
bad.
NBA
of course, Kings Lakers would have had its own juice to it.
No, the NBA is happy right now. Adam Silver probably got the biggest. I saw him. He got the biggest smile I've seen him have in a very long time, and it's one of those things where you probably thought, of course, now that the Kings have lost, it feels like the in-season tournament is bigger than it initially was, right? When this first went down, it was, nobody really cares about it. But now that LeBron's in it, and Giannis is in it, every other commercial is the NBA Cup, right? It seems like it's actually all over social media. People care now. So, of course, now that the Kings, when the Kings were all in it, and we really want to be a part of this, and Sabonis is giving us all the details, nobody cared. It was a joke. But now that LeBron is in it, it's a big deal, and that's annoying me.
It's not great. I mean, but I think overall it's a good thing for the league. Like, it does suck that the Kings won't be the first ever winner. It would have been great to always kind of have that over everybody, but I'm also okay if the Bucks win it or if the Lakers win it, because it does in a weird way validate the tournament moving forward, where if the Pacers win it or if the Pelicans win it, there might be a conversation of, okay, is this truly just kind of what I was saying, like a small markets championship that is cute, but overall doesn't matter. If the Lakers win it, feels like at least the conversation would be, okay, this kind of legitimizes it. LeBron then wins the first in-season tournament. Maybe, the tournament moving forward, the MVP becomes the LeBron James in-season tournament MVP award or something. I think it wouldn't be, as much as I hate to say it, I don't think it would be the worst thing if a big market, or specifically the Lakers, end up winning this thing.
916-339-1140 if you want to be a part of the conversation. And all guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Let's go to Doug, who wants to talk some Kings. What's up, Doug? What you got for us, Stiles and Watkins?
How are you?
We're good. How
Great.
you doing?
Good. I was going to reiterate what you're talking about at the end of that game yesterday. The worst thing they did was a no call. The best thing they could have done is went to jump ball, because nobody knew who had possession and who touched it last. I don't even know if they reviewed it or not. And I get tired of seeing that the Lakers always get what they get. And so I'm sorry. I've been a Kings fan as long as I've been here, and that's a long time. And the last time I liked the Lakers is when West and Baylor were playing. You're talking a long time ago.
Yeah.
So, but that's it. And I just think that the NBA, by going in and they do that 2-minute report thing, even though that wasn't it, oh, I'm sorry, we missed it. No, your league has to stand for some integrity, and that just makes it hard to go in and understand when something like that occurred. So.
Yeah.
That's all I have. Enjoy your show. Have a great call. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug.
No, thanks for the call, Doug. Yeah, that's what I don't understand, because you deal with this stuff and you deal with people thinking that LeBron is getting some favoritism, because even if there's a jump ball, I think there was only 7 seconds left. So the Suns would have to get the jump ball and then make the shot.
They were down 3 also.
They were down 3, or were they down 2?
They were down 2.
They were down 2.
Right. Yeah, that's
so you had to get the ball 1.
Right.
Then you had around 7 seconds to score. So the Lakers probably still win.
Right.
So you don't have to do these things. I just don't understand, in the good year of 2023, why you can't just do what makes sense. We can't do what is the rule that says you can't just, hey guys, jump, this should be a jump ball, because we all know the rules, but because we changed it, but because we made a bad call, is there a rule that says we can't change a call? That's what I'm confused about.
I feel like they should have. I know there was no clear indicator of who would have gotten the ball, but to me it was very obvious the Suns were going to get the ball. Like, if they didn't blow the whistle, to me the Suns get the ball. Like, there's no doubt. They double teamed Austin Reeves and then had Grayson Allen pretty much standing in the paint.
Right.
The Suns were going to get the ball. So to me, I agree with you. Like, why can't we go back and say, like, to me, I don't know. I think in an ideal world, the ref just swallows his whistle in that moment because it wasn't a foul. And maybe retroactively you could go back and say, actually, that was, take the 2 points off the board, because to me, you clearly couldn't have even done what in that moment. Like, you couldn't have even said, okay, let's challenge this and have, I don't know. It was bizarre. It was bad. And it feels like the last minute of NBA basketball needs to be better in general as well. Like, it takes too long. There was like 4 timeouts just in the last 15 seconds of that thing. I don't know. There needs to be a better way of determining in a play like that, where that's going to pretty much decide the outcome. There has to be a better way of getting that thing right. At the end of the day, that's what matters.
Yeah. 916-339-1140. JR, you got about 30 seconds before the roundtable. What's up, JR? What you got for us?
What's up, Afternoon Delight? Let's talk a little WWE. I mean, NBA. Yeah, that was terrible at the end. And wet blanket, you really want a major – you want LeBron in the friggin' thing? I speak for America. When we're sick of LeBron and Curry, we're done with those guys. Let's move to new markets. Yeah, let's get Halberton or whatever that kid's name we traded. And Fox in the finals. It would have been perfect. It needed a small market in this. All the other leagues do it. Major League Soccer, a bunch of others.
Yeah.
It works. It's cool. And people do gravitate. And let's be honest. The players played, it seemed they played much harder in the games they knew were part of this in-season tournament. Man, I am stuttering today. Anyway, they played harder. It seemed like they did, at least most of the teams. And getting back to the Lakers making it, weren't they like a plus 72? They had some stupid number.
Yeah, they played. Yeah, they played some. Their group play was pretty easy. Thanks for the call, JR. We gotta go. When we get back, we have our Kings Roundtable with Brendan Nunez and Frankie Cardicelli, Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
It's that time of year again. Sactown Sports is welcoming Santa back to town for the 40th annual Santa Parade, Saturday, December 9th in downtown Sacramento. Grab the family and join us as we celebrate Santa's arrival with marching bands, superheroes, cheer squads, and more. Parade starts at 10 a.m. at 14th and N. We'll see you Saturday, December 9th in downtown for the Santa Parade with Western Health Advantage, Huff Home Services, and the California National Guard. Get more information at SactownSports.com.
The Arnold Law Firm has seen how a collision can turn anyone's life upside down in a heartbeat. So remember to be a little more alert on the road and stay safe. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777.
Hey there, listen up, Sacramento. Ready to make this holiday season unforgettable? Well, we've got something that'll have you jingling all the way. Picture this, a brand new 2024 Kia Forte LXS for only $279 per month plus tax with no money down. No, I did not stutter. No money down. That's right. Zip, zero, nada. Elk Grove Kia is spreading the joy this Christmas, and we're making it easier than ever for you to drive home in style. So why wait? I will say it again. Head on down to Elk Grove Kia and drive home your new 2024 Kia Forte LXS today with absolutely no money down. Elk Grove Kia is your go-to destination for top-notch quality and unbeatable service. Elk Grove Kia in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, or go to elkgrovekia.com. 279 plus tax, zero customer cash, signing residual of 10,000 per 250 days and 10K per year, 26 per mile over, zero security. Enter 1 subject requires 7 months.
Elk Grove Kia.
Yep, 'tis the season. Hi, if you're like me, you take pride in your gift giving. Well, I've got a terrific idea for you. Gift cards from the Good Feet store. Okay, so arch supports aren't exactly what they've been hinting for, but you know they'd love them. And with the Good Feet lifetime warranty, it's a gift they'll enjoy forever. Buy a Good Feet gift card now, and Good Feet will boost its value 20%. That's a 20% gift free from the Good Feet store. If you have someone on your list who's on their feet all day, has sore feet, knee, hip, or back pain, or even plantar fasciitis, maybe needs an energy boost, or just wants to maintain their active lifestyle, a Good Feet Arch Support gift card could be the perfect gift.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sactown Sports.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. for a little Kings Roundtable here for the next hour with Frankie Cardicelli wearing his Yankee gear. Maybe we'll get into that. And Brendan Nunez, our Sactown Sports Kings Insiders. Fellas, how's it going?
Nervous.
Why?
I'm on Juan Soto watch right now.
You
We've
know,
been talking about it since we walked in the building.
You know, Juan Soto in that Little League ballpark will
Are
probably...
we really gonna do this
No,
right now?
No, I will say this. A lot of people get on the Yankees for that ballpark and how tiny it is. Like Pony League, not Little League, Pony League. When really the Red Sox, their right field is just as bad, or I think might be technically worse. And nobody gives the Red Sox any grief, but the Yankees, they're basically the same size.
How about their right field corner too? The pesky pole is about 298 from home plate. Just saying. So the whole short porch or Little League ballpark.
Right, they both have very short right fields, but nobody talks about the Red Sox, only the Yankees.
Yeah, I'll say the same thing. It's the same way. I mean, for the away team gets to bat too. Like it's
That's
the same
right.
thing. So
it's like Colorado.
I'm just saying I don't want to spend too much time or dwell on it because I've been dwelling on it since last night, and I'm sure my girlfriend is sick of me talking about it. They could trade, but I'm definitely on Juan Soto watch today.
You know what's going to happen. The Yankees are going to get Juan Soto, and just like the rest of your lineup, he's going to forget how to hit a curveball.
Yeah, I'm fully expecting him to hit 250. He's like been a great walk guy. His walks are going to finally level out. He's going to strike out more than he walks next year. Just the Yankee curse. But, people out there rolling their eyes, Yankee curse. I get it. The Yankees are privileged. I get it.
Right. He never had facial hair, so I don't think there's any issues there.
Nope. He will fit in beautifully.
I'm so done with that.
It's so weird.
I can't believe in 2023 that's okay.
So weird. Honestly, that's the one thing I grew up a Yankee guy. I never understood that at all. Like let people be themselves. Like it's kind of crazy. You're gonna control them like they're children
with a shaved face.
Well, I always right, exactly. You're with your you look like you're about to try out right now.
I'm the only guy here that a beard. I just realized, but I can't grow a strong beard. All right, I've tried.
What I think it is a little bit of it is that if you did grow up and now you're on the Yankees, honestly, I think a lot of players want to do it. It sounds crazy.
Want to
shave and be a part of the culture. Yeah, maybe they don't want to be that first person to go against it. Because if Aaron Judge, I think he can get a little scruff action going. But if Aaron Judge wanted to go long hair, don't care, like Lil Wayne or back in the day, they're not telling him anything.
Well, I think
it's part of it.
There was the edits last year when Judge was a free agent. People were like, "Oh my God, I saw Aaron Judge at the airport. And he had a fake beard that was clearly like someone did it in like Photoshop. Clearly, was not. I don't think he can grow a beard either. So you can tell when guys have like the shadow coming in.
That's right.
The strong shadow. But no, I think that it's a dumb rule. And there have been guys that have come out and said like, no, like I'm not gonna shave my hair or cut my hair. Whatever. I think Marcus Stroman's a guy too who's just like, I'm never gonna play like for that clown franchise.
We sat in trainings yesterday that pretty much told us that is you cannot force your employees to do that.
That's
so
right.
What is going on here? I don't know what is going on here.
Steinbrenner family, you might want to think about it.
Yeah. They clearly are. They doing it every 2 years? Are they doing the training? It does not.
It's California.
No, it does not seem like it. All right, guys. So, Brendan, you wrote a piece on the Stockton Kings. What do you see from them? And they made a move yesterday. Why don't you get into what you're seeing from the Stockton Kings and how quickly we may see some of those guys in Sacramento?
Yeah, they just traded for Stanley Johnson yesterday, which, I heard some people kind of being like, oh, maybe this is a Sacramento thing. I would highly doubt it. But you never know. I think that the point of Stockton is that there's guys down there that can get an opportunity. Like you look at Keon Ellis and what he did last year. He came in, he didn't really play much point guard at all at Alabama. They developed him as a point guard last year, and he's coming in. He's a backup point guard right now. And they're trying to do the same thing for Colby Jones. He said at Summer League he didn't play point guard that much at Xavier, and now they're trying to just slowly work him into that. And we've seen a lot of guys. We've seen Deontay Burton get a 10-day last year. He was on the Summer League team. Even at training camp, same with Chance Comanche. Jeremy Lamb is down there. Say Jeremy Lamb gets in a rhythm, and all of a sudden you have an open roster spot, and he seems kind of intriguing. There still is that process of getting into the rhythm. Not saying he's looked amazing. He's looked fine. But no, I think Stockton has a good roster, and they're very committed to clearly, like, they just want to win at all levels. And that's, you can see it in, like, obviously they're spending a little bit relative to G League on this roster. They have a lot of guys with NBA experience.
Real quick, I wanted to go deeper into the Colby Jones and the Keon Ellis. What is it with the Kings and this whole point guard situation? Is it a NBA basketball wide thing where classic point guards just aren't coming out the way they used to, or are the Kings, their mindset, you know how different teams will draft differently, their mindset is we're going to get a guard that can do whatever, and we feel like we can turn them into a point guard?
I do think there's an aspect of it being like a general NBA thing, but I don't think every team has the personnel to really do it. It's really just Domantas Sabonis, right? Like you're getting the ball down the floor, getting into his hands, and then running your free flowing offense. All you have to really do is be able to bring the ball up the floor. Right. And Keon can do that. I still think that weirdly is like something Kobe's working on. We see him get it poked away a little bit. It's just going to be a little bit of a process. But it just has to do with Domas, because De'Aaron comes off the floor early. That backup point guard's playing a lot with Sabonis. And then by the time that Domas comes out, De'Aaron is coming back in. So the backup point guard is almost always playing with Sabonis.
What have you thought, about just Colby Jones's development too for both of you guys? Because we saw him in the rotation, like to pretty much start the season pretty early. And it seems like after that Houston back-to-back where they lost and Colby did kind of get stripped a couple times as that backup point guard. It just felt like I don't think we've really seen much of him at all since then. And of course, he's a second-round pick. He's a young guy in his career, but just where do you kind of see or even just hope his development goes throughout this year?
I think at the time, Mike Brown was kind of trying some new things out because at that moment, Kevin Huerter was really struggling going through it. I think Malik Monk hadn't really turned it on to the point, definitely not to where he is right now, playing the best basketball of the season, obviously, but just kind of searching for things. And obviously he's young, he's a rookie, an older rookie. I know that Monty McNair has a knack of bringing in guys that are in their early 20s already. I think he's 21 already or 22. But I think it's just a matter of they don't really have a need for him right now. I think that when you have Kevin Huerter playing well, Malik Monk playing well, Keon Ellis is getting his opportunity, and I think that he's kind of earned that shot right now. Davion Mitchell's getting a lot of DNP CDs. Colby Jones is right now, they're opting to go to Stockton, give him the repetition he needs, and he's playing well. The numbers are really good, and I think some people take those with a grain of salt, the G League numbers, but I think with Colby Jones, it's not just G League, it's been Summer League, preseason, he had a really good showing there, and even in the NBA, like the numbers aren't horrible, they're very small sample size, but he hasn't looked lost out there. He looks like he knows what to do out there, and I think that he's a part of the future. It's just, what does that future look like? There's some people that might not be here over the next couple of years, as we know. A lot of talk about what the roster looks like, and it gets louder after losses, obviously, the talk about Harrison Barnes fit, Davion Mitchell, obviously, the bench. But I think one thing that's true is Colby Jones has looked good wherever the Kings have put him. But right now it's a matter of playing time, and you don't want guys like him who are young and inexperienced to kind of just sit on the bench and waste away. Well, not waste away, but just kind of waste opportunities where they could be spending in Stockton.
Yeah, and with Colby Jones, again, the same way we have that conversation about him and the different guards, and we talk about the point guards or lack thereof, what seems to be the path, or I guess the plan? You look at all the guards we just talked about with Davion and Keon and Colby. Jordan Ford, who I believe had a pretty darn good game when you guys went this past weekend. What do you think is if Jordan Ford, they have the end of the season conversations, or if they were to have a mid-season or early mid-season conversation with Jordan Ford, and Jordan Ford walked into your office and he said, hey, what's the plan for me? Based on what you've seen, what do you think the plan for him is?
I mean, I think it's what it is for a lot of guys that are towards the end of the rotation is kind of just wait. And at some point you're going to get an opportunity. Mm-hmm. And maybe that means a year like we saw for Keon last year, where that's going to mean like 2 games throughout the course of the year, but really prove it in G League. And then we'll slowly work you up, or prove it in practice. Now that he got promoted to a 2A, he's another good example of why Stockton's important. And then maybe, the same way that we saw like Davion Mitchell disappoint, you never know what's going to happen. And Coach Brown wants to go in a different direction. And I think that's the path, right? Because Jordan has his things he does well. He's a great 3-point shooter. He's a really good finisher. He looks a lot more composed, and he's trying to be passable on the defensive end. He's 6'1". That's going to be a tough thing, but he's really trying to embrace that. But it's going to take time. And honestly, it probably would take some other guys disappointing a little bit that coach wants to look in another direction.
Yeah, but if you stay ready, you don't got to get ready. And it seems like he is starting to do that. All right, got to get to a break. When we get back, more of Kings Roundtable. We were in the G League. Now we head to the big leagues. And maybe, just maybe, we will bust out the trade machine with our guys, the Sactown Sports Kings Insiders, Frankie Cardicelli and Brendan Nunez. And it's a roundtable. We can still take your calls. We can still take your texts. Be a part of the conversation if you have a question for the guys. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
What's the latest with the San Francisco 49ers? Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross keep you up to date on all things red and gold during the Niners at 9 every weekday at 9 a.m. on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-775-5622. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-775-5622. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-775-5622. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for by Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Carmichael Dave here for Jiffy Lube, your proud sponsor of the Drive of the Game. Now listen to every Kings game for Gary Gerald's Drive of the Game call. Then listen to Jason and myself the next morning for a chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube certificate, courtesy of all the Jiffy Lube locations in the greater Sacramento area. Get your vehicle ready for the holiday driving season at Jiffy Lube today. Oil changes, wiper blades, tire rotations, and more. For more information, go to jiffylube.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, you. The one on the couch who just told your friend you can't go out because you're busy? Ready to get real about your psoriasis? When your current treatments don't do enough to help control the inflammation beneath the skin, causing plaques and pain, stressing and scratching, it's time to stop hiding and get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
The holiday season is right around the corner, so give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Stihl. With powerful trimmers, blowers, and chainsaws to place under the tree, the Stihl Holiday Gift Guide has something for everyone. Save $30 on the GTA 26 battery-powered garden pruner. Visit your local Stihl dealer or go to stihlusa.com/gift guide. Real Stihl. Find yours. Now $149.99 was $179.99 MSRP. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Subcontractors, grow your business with more leads and leverage your marketing costs to receive over 10 times the value in advertising. Subcontractors United is offering 40 home services contractors to join our advertising co-op. For under $2,100 a month, you'll share in over $83,000 a month in advertising. That's $1 million a year in advertising for under $2,100 a month. There's only 3 subcontractors per category, not 3,000. So lead potential is unlimited. Google Subcontractors United for more information.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Kings Roundtable. Went G League in the first segment. Who knows where we'll go next with Frankie Cardicelli and Brendan Nunez, our Sactown Sports Kings insiders. And I was messing with the guys, showing them some trade generators. And I'm not even going to talk about it on there, but just know
you can't mention
if it gets
got one in the chamber.
If the Kings keep messing around, that is my ace up my sleeve. That is when no. You know when you right in a movie or something, there's the red button, there's glass, press in case of emergency. If the Kings keep messing around, I will break the glass and I will press the button.
I don't think it's as easy as breaking the glass. There's like a chain going on.
No,
there.
I'm
There's
unlocking
high-level
it.
security.
No, I'll get a jackhammer and I'm going to take care of it.
That button's not going to work anyway.
Well, it's going to work somewhere. Trust me on that one.
That's hilarious.
All right, guys. So I know we're a couple days removed here, but did want to get your thoughts on what the heck happened in Sacramento or in Golden 1 against New Orleans, and the idea of a team just being a quote unquote bad matchup. Because I it's not that I disagree with it, but I don't really know what to do with that. It's feeling a little bit cop-outy to me. And if it's not a cop-out, what do the Kings do?
Yeah, I mean, in this case, in particular, I'm looking at the 3-point shooting more than I think Brandon Ingram scoring 30. That's kind of been a theme. Like Brandon Ingram has been a Kings killer, but Zion Williamson, the Kings did a good job of taking him out of the game. 10 points. That to me was in their favor. I kind of could turn things in their way. But when you start off 7-11 from 3 in the first quarter, it looked like the Kings were on their way to a win. I think we all kind of felt good when the Kings went off that big run. I think they led by double digits in the first quarter. Yeah. Obviously, New Orleans makes a run, and then the final 3 quarters, Kings go 7 of 30, 23%. We've seen that in Kings losses this year a little bit, how when they struggle from 3, they don't really try to switch things up much. They try to shoot through it. And sometimes they do, and it ends up working out well. But the shots just did not fall. And De'Aaron Fox obviously was an uncharacteristic game for him. I think 6 turnovers. He 2 of 12 to start from the field. I think that second quarter really just kind of shot them in the foot. And in the end, that really was a difference. But I think that the matchup situations and the struggles we saw wasn't really as prevalent as it was the first 2 games in New Orleans. Still is a problem for the Kings. Obviously, they really do struggle with teams that have length, like Minnesota, New Orleans, and down the line. But I think that really, to me, the 3-point shooting was really just brutal. They missed a lot of good looks down the stretch.
Yeah, and sometimes that's going to happen. I do think it exposes a little bit of sort of the roster flaw, quote unquote, only when we're trying to talk about eventual championship contention. Like, this is a very good team. I'm just picking flaws of, if you're trying to take this next step, where does it need to happen? It's like, what you're getting from Sabonis. At this point, you know what you're getting from Malik, and you know what you're getting from De'Aaron. To Frankie's point, I thought it was an uncharacteristic game for De'Aaron, and it's funny that you look down, he's got 30 and 6 or 30 and 4 and 5. It's those 6 turnovers, though.
Adding list stats.
Oh. Accused by Adam.
I don't know.
No, not me. I would never accuse De'Aaron of that. He was the game was still in reach.
Yeah.
But he got
double digits in that fourth.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's those 6 turnovers. He only had 4 in his season high leading up to that. He was averaging a career low 2 coming into that game. And, Kings are leading 4.5 minute mark, 32-17 of that first quarter. De'Aaron, not long after checking back in, kind of lined up with when New Orleans went with that Ingram and then full bench lineup. Alvarado got 2 steals on him. He had 2 other turnovers. They're all live ball turnovers, leads to 6 points. Again, like uncharacteristic for De'Aaron, but I feel like the same way when I'm critical of a guy and he does something good, I need to mention it. It goes vice versa, right? De'Aaron's been amazing. This was an area where maybe he let it slip away a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I want to kind of touch on something that Alan said there. Like, it feels like there might just be a roster flaw on this team, which is interesting because the team is good. Like, the Kings are 11-8 right now. They're 6th seed. They've got really quality wins against Dallas, OKC, Denver, Minnesota. They're a good team, but I think it's clear to everyone who's watched this team this year that they do just have a hole in that 6'8", 6'9", long, rangy wing. And there's teams, especially at the top of the Western Conference, where you look at Minnesota, they've got I almost said Jared Vanderbilt, McDaniels, who the Kings didn't see in their matchup against Minnesota. OKC is a team that has crazy length. Denver is a team that has Michael Porter Jr. and they're built a little bit more like the Kings. But the Lakers, I saw Jared Vanderbilt was playing yesterday. They obviously have LeBron. Point is, there's tons of teams in the Western Conference, I'm just talking, that have guys that you feel like you would need somebody who fits that profile in order to defend. We've seen the Kings struggle guarding LeBron. We've seen them struggle guarding Brandon Ingram, Zion. Does it not feel like the Kings have to make a move at some point this year if they want to be serious about, kind of like Brendan said, about actual contention?
I mean, I think that I have to say the short answer, yes. I think that if they want to put themselves in position to contend, yeah. I mean, I think that the personnel you have, you're maximizing, I think, everyone that you have that can plug that hole. I mean, Mike will throw in Kessler Edwards, who does an admirable job on, I think most of the times we see him, which we might see him Friday in Phoenix, Mike Graham will go to Kessler Edwards against Devin Booker a lot. He went to Kessler against Anthony Edwards. But if that's your guy you have to throw out there in a situation against a, top scorer in the league, that's kind of a problem, in my opinion. And Harrison Barnes, I think, is getting a lot of flack right now on social media, and he's getting a lot of, and again, on a night where he was one of the primary defenders in Zion Williamson, and he scored 10 points.
Yeah.
His shortcomings on offense are coming into focus when that's not really the role Harrison Barnes is in, but I'm sure we'll talk about him later. But yeah, they need a guy that is a dynamic defender who can go and guard the 3s and 4s around the league, and a guy that you can kind of throw out there that can not be a negative on the offensive end as well, which is what Kessler Edwards has been so far in his brief Kings career. So Yeah, I think that as the year goes on, if the Kings are still kind of hovering around that 5 to 9, 10 situation, because it's a very tight Western Conference, maybe this is the time to make that move, because we talked about it before. And I think a lot of people that talk about the Kings everywhere, that this team probably isn't the final product we're going to see if this Kings team is going to reach that peak. They really do need that one more big piece. It's just, we talked about it last week too. I think you're going to have to break it up. You're going to have to break up this group in order to get that piece, and it's going to sting a little bit.
Yeah, I think that is becoming more and more apparent as we get ready to see what the Kings are going to do against the Suns team, who, there was Kevin Durant saying, hey, it's not on the loose ball call. There was a turnover, and Devin Booker deletes his IG post when he initially was complaining about it, which is just funny in itself. And you have a team who, you look at a guy, and I know none of us liked him at Duke, but I don't want to be that guy because I make fun of those guys.
He's good, though.
But I did say, don't sleep on Grayson Allen going to the Suns. I know a lot of us just don't like the guy from when he was tripping and doing things like that. 21 points last night. He's getting legitimate minutes on this Suns team, which maybe in part is because of Bradley Beal being hurt. And we can talk about what type of deal the Suns actually did, because Bradley Beal was hurt a lot in Washington anyway. It just feels like all of these teams have a counterpunch when something goes wrong, and the Kings don't. And they still lost the game, the Suns did. But, if Grayson Allen is the Kings' Malik Monk, okay, that's cool. But you still have that premium at the top. You have premium scoring with Durant and Devin Booker and even Nurkic, who I remember Nurkic being more offensively abled, right, before he got to the Suns. He's just not really needed in that capacity. I just look around the different rosters and different starting lineups in the West, and the person wearing the most purplish shades out there cannot see this team and think this is going to get it done. Not if championship is now the goal, right? You made it to the playoffs. Let's see what we can do. This roster is just not good enough.
I think there's a difference between it's obviously the goal, but I don't think that it needs to be so it has to happen this year.
No, it doesn't.
Right.
It doesn't.
Well, I get you're not saying that, but if they stay the same place as last year, okay, so I agree they need to make a move. The 2, 3, 4, somewhere in there needs to be upgraded. Honestly, Keegan, I heard Mark Spears talking about this with, I think, Drive Guys yesterday. Keegan's been pretty disappointing this year. Defensively progress, rebounding progress, and passing progress. Offensively, he's not getting it done when there was so much hype around his potential development there. And you just don't know what you're going to be getting there from that 2, 3, 4 on a nightly basis. And defensively, you could use some improvements, but I think that you're probably trying to look for a third star, say a 3-headed snake you're trying to get here with De'Aaron Domas and X player. And it's going to take a lot of assets to do it. And I think you have to be patient and make sure it's the right guy. And say that doesn't come up this year, then I don't think you just do it or go make some smaller move that uses some assets and makes that bigger trade more difficult down the line. In my mind, I'm big fish hunting and I need to save my bait, even if that means for next season.
Yeah.
That's a good point too, just because of the fact that you do have your guys under contract. You have Fox and Sabonis under contract, and then Harrison Barnes, who I'm assuming would be a piece moved in that deal because of financial restraints that the Kings have. He'll be 1 more year into his 3-year deal, so that's an easier contract to move. So, yeah, there could be some pressure that mounts this year, and they do need to make a move. But, yeah, I could also see it happening in the offseason. I could see them making a big trade in the summer. But I think that is a good point, because the Kings, they don't have pressure or guys that are expiring and they don't have to maximize. There's a window to maximize, of course. I look at it as a 3 to 5 year window. You have the De'Aaron Fox, Sabonis Sabonis, Mike Brown, Monte McNair, they're all on similar timelines. Sabonis obviously longer now after his extension, but it's not as much of a 9-1-1 as it would be maybe a year ago. If Sabonis hadn't signed that extension, which again, that's a whole different conversation as far as what you think about it or how people feel about it. But if he was an expiring contract right now and he was playing it, if he was a Scott Boras, to go back to baseball, a Scott Boras client, and they're just kind of saying, yeah, we're waiting until we get to the summer. We're not doing extensions right now. Maybe that puts more pressure on the Kings to make a move, because it's okay. What they lose Sabonis for nothing. Yeah. Right now, they're in a position to just kind of say, hey, okay, here's what we have. This is a good core. They're a good team. Again, as crazy as things seem sometimes when you look at social media, which maybe that's just, I should look at social media that much, but the Kings are in a good spot. They're actually in a better spot right now, 19 games than they were last year. So I think that it's a good point from Brendan that there really isn't a 9-1-1, but if they're looking to maximize this year, yeah. But we don't know how Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox are gonna handle that so far.
Well, there are a couple ways to look at this, right? And not to continue to bring up baseball, but even as Giants fans, I mean, the NL West is a complete mess right now. You have the Dodgers who aren't going anywhere, the Diamondbacks who just went to the World Series. So the question is now, and then the Padres who are supposed to be good. So do we wait it out and let these guys have their time in the sun, or do we be a part of that action? I think you can look at this the same way in the Western Conference and say, okay, the Western Conference is a mess right now. So is there a rush? But at the same time, you have the Suns who can't seem to get fully healthy. You have the Nuggets who can't seem to get fully healthy with Jamal Murray. The Lakers are a mess. You don't want to wait for the Lakers to maybe make a big move. The Warriors, they're AARP. We think they're okay for now. They're not doing anything this season. So maybe you strike now, and you have the Mavericks and the Thunder are only going to get better. The Grizzlies are going to get job back next season. So I get it. There's always going to be competition, but I do think that if you do look around, it's a mess in the West, but there are also a couple opportunities. I am not of the mindset that the Nuggets are going to go on a Warriors type run at all. Right. I'm a little bit lower on the Nuggets than some are. I think that they lost some pieces. So they have a decision to make. It's very similar to, that guy that you try to talk to that's always busy. And every time you try to talk to him, they say, hey, we'll do it later. I'm busy right now. I'm busy right now. At some point, you just got to say, no, I want to talk tomorrow. Because you're always going to be busy, right? And the West is always going to be competitive, so you got to make a decision. Got to get to a break is what we got to do right now, as Nate tells me, and we got to get back to our Kings Roundtable in a bit of a break with Brendan Nunez and Frankie Cardicelli, our Sactown Sports Kings insiders. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Last season, the Sacramento Kings gave us a little bit of everything. A Pacific Division type GM of the Year, Coach of the Year, Clutch Player of the Year, All-Stars and All-NBA performers. Plus, we got to light the beam.
Here's a steal by Fox, the breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
What does this season have in store? Find out. Each and every Sacramento Kings game can be heard right here on your proud home of the Beam team, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Discover Roseville's hidden gem, Timbers at the Lodge, nestled in the Timber Creek Golf Course. Savor a culinary journey where every bite tells a story. We serve breakfast 7 days a week with happy hour Monday through Friday, 3 to 5 p.m., where you can relax on the outdoor patio next to our newly renovated and expanded putting green. Thursdays always feature our $28 prime rib dinner. Reservations encouraged. Learn more at timbersatTheLodge.com. We look forward to welcoming you to Timbers at the Lodge, where exceptional food meets great times.
It's the season of performance event at Acura of Stockton. Elevate your driving experience with a vehicle that's built to impress. Lease a new Acura RDX or MDX. Acura of Stockton has a great selection of new Acuras and customer service that will exceed your expectations. Take luxury to a whole new level in a new Acura from Acura of Stockton or AcuraofStockton.com, where precision-crafted performance is at your fingertips.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports' IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com and sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's film at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Did you know one of the worst things you can do is turn on your furnace after it's been sitting there all summer, gathering dust, without giving it a thorough tune-up first? Think about it. What if your car had been sitting in the garage for 6 months without ever running? Any piece of machinery that's been sitting needs to be tuned up. So call Bell Brothers. We'll tune up your furnace for just $87 and guarantee the results. We guarantee that your tuned-up furnace will save you $87 on your energy bills. And we guarantee that your tuned-up furnace won't break down during the season, or we'll immediately refund your money. No questions asked. Don't delay. Small problems that are easy and inexpensive to fix can quickly turn into big, expensive problems. Call Bell Brothers right now to schedule your furnace tune-up at 916-444-1234 or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com. That's 916-444-1234 or online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Amazon will be delivering packages to your house. Let Amazon deliver customers to your business. If that sounds good and you want more in 2024, simply text DIGITAL to 916-766-5105.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, KHTK-AM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports. But it's not just Stiles and Watkins. We are joined by our Sactown Sports Kings insiders, Brendan Nunez and Frankie Cardicelli. And we need help here. Colin, I see you, Stephen, get to you in a second. Trying to raise the guys is how they feel right now. Because they'd be in Vegas right now. You'd be in Vegas right now.
We're torn.
If it wasn't for Grand Theft Alvarado, you'd be in Vegas. I truly believe that. I truly believe that. All the length in the world.
From a serious standpoint, he really did change the tone of that game.
It's weird how like a 6-foot defender can really make an impact like that.
No comment.
As soon as he got away with the corner sneak and steal thing where he hides in the corner, and I knew the game.
I love
was
that
over.
the crowd started to like get louder to try to let him know.
Yeah.
Kieran was probably so confused.
Yeah.
And then you find out real quick.
It hurts that it happened to the Kings. Though. I've watched like the highlight reel. I think Rob Perez puts it together, and I'm like always laughing at. I'm like, oh, did they really fall for that? And then it just happens to the Kings.
He hid right in front of De'Aaron's wife.
Yeah.
And I guarantee she was screaming at De'Aaron.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I'm thinking? Do you think, and we would have to get the breakdown. Do you think it happens more on the road because the other team is louder, the crowd is louder? I don't know, because if it's at home, maybe the other team has the ball, right? So maybe if it's at home, you could hear from your bench, but De'Aaron couldn't hear anything, I'm sure, and it was right next to his bench.
I definitely heard people screaming like it
from their bench,
not from their bench, no. But I just think that at home, I think maybe the noise kind of blends in more, and I mean, I don't know. It's a tough question. I haven't watched enough Pelicans games to know how often he does it or how often he tries it and it doesn't work, I think is the better question. How often does it not work for him?
Right. The issue is that everybody knows this is a thing. Yeah. And it's like, it's kind of just a mental lapse that like, make sure when you're looking down the court that you see 5 defenders is all.
You got to have someone, you got to be reminded.
It's a funny play. It's creative.
Is it Bush League?
No,
yes.
No, it's fine.
Is it Bush League?
Yes. I mean, that's like super.
When he's like really crouching down in the corners when it's kind of crazy. This one, he just kind of stood there and bent over a little bit. Like
he was kind of like, you could tell he was
hiding a little bit
on the prowl for sure.
I don't think it's Bush League.
No, I like a.
It's not.
I think it is.
I don't know.
I mean, I'm not saying he should like get an elbow for it.
Yeah.
But I think like it's something that it's like, all right.
I would
like,
definitely.
It's a little bit of, again, it's like your little brother would do that if you're,
yeah.
If you're playing against them to try, like that's something you do when you're trying to get the edge because, you can't beat somebody straight up, which is fine. That's what make Jose Alvarado.
But to me, it is no more Bush League than flopping.
Sure, but flopping also sucks. Just because it happens doesn't mean it should be okay.
Yeah,
I think it's like a matter of it. If it's your team, it's great. It's fun. Right. I love watching that. And then if it's
what an idiot those guys are.
Not your team, it's really annoying. And it is really annoying.
Well,
really
now
annoying.
To take it back to pickup, right? You just started a game, so you don't know. You're not playing with your buddies. It's a random 4 other guys. You just get in the game and somebody yells, ball, and you pass it to them, and it's on the other team. That was always a long-standing conversation, whether that's Bush League or not. And they'll say, hey, well, know who's on your team. Yeah. And you're not playing shirts and skins or whatever. You don't know who is who. And they're like, ball, and you pass it to them, and your team is mad at you. But it happens so quick, nobody's saying don't pass it.
That's cheating.
I would say
really
that's
cheating.
Bush League.
I do that.
Of course.
You do that.
People you just,
I am judging.
No,
you.
well, I don't know. You're an instigator. You're an instigator.
I am for sure. Yeah.
Wow.
If it happened to me, I'd be super bad about it. Yeah.
It's
not
so
like
trash.
you're wrong for that. I'd just be annoyed with myself for falling for it.
You guys are trying to start fights with strangers playing pickup.
If you're not cheating, you're not
You
trying
just
to win.
don't believe in your own abilities. That's what that tells me. You know, you gotta try.
It's a
and
mental
cheat.
game. It's a mental game.
Wow.
Definitely gets me more upset. It definitely makes me want to
It's
beat
working.
you more.
It's
That's for
working.
sure.
Well, you just got to take that extra second. If it happens, it's kind of honestly happens once.
Yeah.
Shame on you. Happens twice.
Absolutely.
Shame on me. If you get it again, and then it's like, okay, you do have to pay attention here. The first one, cool, because probably early. It's only 2-0.
Right.
You can still come back.
Right.
But if it happens and it's game point, that's on you, brother. 916-339-1140 if you want to be a part of the conversation. Steven, you got a question for the guys. It's King's Roundtable with Frankie Cardicelli and Brandon Nunez. What you got for us?
Good morning, boys.
Morning.
My favorite episode of the week.
Hey,
there you
go. Man, gotta love the King's Roundtable. Okay, this could potentially be a dumb question, but you know what? I'm gonna ask it anyway. All right. I asked the boys over at on the Drive Guys yesterday, and I kind of wanted to get your guys' take on it. So, free ball isn't hitting. Why don't they start driving the basket and hitting twos instead? I understand that 3 is more than 2, and I understand that like shooters are going to shoot, and they could possibly shoot themselves out of a slump once they see that first one go in. But if the 3 is just not hitting, why do we not see the guys just switch it up a little bit, start driving the basket? Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Steven.
Who wants to handle that one?
I mean, I think that they go hand in hand is kind of what it comes down to, right? Is that like the shooting has to be there in order to enable the driving. And like you look at those 3 guys that we're talking about, that's not De'Aaron and Domas, Kevin, Harrison, and Keegan. These are shooters. Like, not that they can't cut and play off of their gravity and just in that free flowing offense, but they're shooters. And like, I kind of think it's on De'Aaron and Domas and Malik, really, the 3 to get into the paint and make plays from there. And if you see an opportunity, then go for it. But I mean, they shot 38 shots in the paint last night in that game against the Pelicans. They just only made 19 of them, so the rate wasn't going down great. I think De'Aaron does a great job at it. Again, Domas and Malik, those are the 3 that I think like you trust off the dribble. All the others are like backdoor cuts, so I think the 3 is just such naturally a part of their offense because they're so good at it and they have shooters.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of switching things up, like we talked about earlier, switching things up when they aren't working, because the Kings are a top 5 3-point shooting team in the league as far as makes go, but they're 20th in 3-point percentage. When the shots aren't falling, you kind of got to switch things up and attack more, because I was wondering where they are in points in the paint. They're 19th in points in the paint this year, which I feel like that's a little low when you have De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis on your team. And I think maybe being more aggressive on that end. And of course, Keegan Murray has not been healthy and he's been struggling. And Harrison Barnes, who I think is very good when he's downhill and going towards the paint, isn't doing that because he's now a 5th option. So I think that's a good point. I think I would like to see the Kings be a little more aggressive and getting in the paint because, like Brendan pointed out, it's kind of De'Aaron Fox, Malik Monk right now, and Sabonis when he's on. But the Kings as a team really rely on the 3-point shot more than anything.
Yeah, that's super interesting because it's definitely, I mean, I know we all played some sort of like elementary or fundamental basketball.
You've seen the max preps.
And
you've seen it.
Yeah, I've seen Frankie's max preps. It's crazy. But we all know, like, you're taught growing up, like, if your shot's not falling as a team, get to the rim. You can't keep shooting. You're not going to shoot yourself out of it. And I wonder if that's one of those things that I think everybody kind of fundamentally has instilled in them. And by the time you get to the NBA, is that still a fact? Like, getting to the rim is a tough task to do. Yeah. Like, not everyone's able to do it. For some guys, kind of to Brennan's point, like, it's might be better for Kevin Huerter to try and work through his slump shooting threes than trying to get to the rim, just because he might not be able to do that. Like, he might just be such an elite shooter that 3-point shot might be better than a Kevin Huerter contested layup. Like, I would much rather have Keegan Murray take a leaning 3 than trying to really do anything in the paint.
And that's kind of how the Kings are built. They are 2 very good, De'Aaron Fox is very good at penetrating the paint and scoring, which he does. Domantas Sabonis can bruise around and get in the paint and score. And then you have 3 shooters. You have Harrison Barnes, you have Kevin Huerter, and you have Keegan Murray. 2 of those, Kevin Huerter and Keegan Murray were two of the top 6 3-point shooters in the NBA last year as far as like 3-point makes and percentage. So it's kind of how the Kings are built. But yeah, Kevin Huerter has been doing a little more of driving, and I think he did some decent work in the paint the last couple of games. But I completely agree. I'd rather see those guys get going from 3. And Keegan Murray, who struggled, I think the Kings really need him to knock down those shots as well. But I think it's the other guys too, like Trey Lyles can knock down the 3, we all know, but he's a guy that can also cause damage in the paint when he's playing. Harrison Barnes, again, 5th option, but maybe being a little more aggressive going down when the Kings are stagnant on offense and the 3s aren't falling. I'd rather see Harrison Barnes drive than force a shot. So yeah, it's just kind of how the Kings are built, but 19th in points in the paint is not ideal.
I do think the 3-point percentage is just going to be a little lower this year, partially because De'Aaron is taking a lot more 3s. And like, I think they're going down at a good rate. I like that he's taking them. Sometimes they're a little too sweet for me, but I think that's part of the process here in my mind. But 8.2, 35.7 a game, or 8.2, 35.7%. Yeah, and then that's their leader in 3-point attempts per game.
Yeah.
And then right after that, you get to Keegan Murray right above 7. He's only knocking down 30%. Which I feel like is not being talked about very much. And like, that's fine because we all are confident that's going to come back. Right. But that is definitely playing a part here too.
Another side note with the 3-point shooting, as my microphone falls away from me. Kings are 3-7 this year when they shoot under 35% from 3. They shoot obviously 34 they shot 34 on Monday night. So it's a lot of forcing, I think, when they aren't falling and trying to kind of help you get back on the right track. And when they don't, things go off the rails pretty quick.
Yeah. I found that number when I was doing the post-game live stream. They shot 35%, I think, on the nose in Houston. They lost that game, but every game they've shot above 35.1% from 3. I believe they are 8 or 9-0 in those games. So it really does seem like, to kind of what we've been talking about for this whole time, it does really feel like it's as simple as Kings hit their shots. They're probably going to play well and look more like the team that we expect them to be. They don't hit their shots. They don't have a counter to go to. They're not driving the rim. They're not hitting
the defense.
They just
Mike
become
Brown would
pretty
say,
one-dimensional.
Then we should just be able to guard people so we can win games when we're not hitting shots.
And I would say that's helped them win some quality games. Like, I don't think they win as many or have as many quality wins this year if they are playing the style that they were last year. Right?
Yeah,
I don't think you beat Denver. I don't think you beat the Minnesotas of the world if you don't play defense and you just try and do what the Pacers are doing this year or what the Kings did last year.
Yeah, and going back to what Frankie was saying when it comes to, warming up, can Huerter shoot some 2s or the counterpunch of what Steven said? Very similar to baseball as well. If you're slumping, you want to shorten up, hit the ball the other way, just like Aaron Judge does. But because of that small ballpark, the ball got to get to a break.
Okay.
When we get back, we see you, Austin. We will get to you. And the question is, as presently constructed, can the Kings still get the first seed? Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Will Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers brass go all the way this season? Could the Niners win their first Super Bowl since 1995? Join us throughout the season to hear all the games and all the analysis on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
This segment is brought to you by Light the World Giving Machine.
Hey, this is Travis Kelce, NFL tight end and proud member of the Lowe's home team. Lowe's knows when you've got the best price, you've already won. That's why we offer the lowest price guarantee. If you find a better price online or in-store, we'll match it. Now you can score on the top brands from the Lowe's home team picks, like Scotts, LG, and DeWalt. So take on your projects with confidence. Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retail partner of the NFL.
Price match applies to same item, current price of qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sactown Sports.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. in the heart, in the meat and potatoes of our Kings roundtable.
It's like a GTA reference?
No, hold on. Frankie Cardicelli, Brandon Nunes, our Sactown Sports Kings insider. And, I've kind of flipped Chris here to liking my Gus Johnson.
I actually love it.
Do
Gus
the real
Johnson.
one.
Okay.
Do the full thing.
Okay.
Please.
Cade McNamara in the swamp. He looks back. He's doing it himself. There it is. That's all I got.
Where does Cade McNamara play again?
Somewhere. I think he left Michigan.
Yeah.
I just feel
the
like
swamps of Michigan.
the swamps. It's always a swamp. It's always a swamp. Or you have, what else you have? Jaden. I was going to say, wait. No, Jaden McDaniels on the Timberwolves.
The Timberwolves,
Yeah. So you have Daniels in Death Valley. He drops back. That's all I got.
Wait, how far away is he from the mic when he's screaming? Because he's screaming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they have a great audio engineer who just
it just
who brings it
constantly
down. Yeah.
And it sounds like Keegan Murray
Yeah.
going to the basket. Oh, yeah, that's what
A lot of mic pop filters.
Yeah,
Probably
yes.
3 of them just lined up.
He's speaking through a pillow, I think.
that too.
As we break down the Kings and whether or not we do a segment on this show, Chris is cracking up right now. We do a segment on this show called Beamin' or Dreamin'. You're beaming if you think that the Kings will be able to go further than they did last season. You are dreaming if you think that they can't. And real quick, light that thing up.
Good.
So
Who is that? It's Draymond.
That's Draymond.
Oh,
on the pod.
Oh, my.
On the pod that we have.
Light it.
That we have not
So
heard. Before I get my answers from you guys on whether you are beaming or dreaming, let's go to Austin, who's been hanging out during the break, 916-339-1140 if you want to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Austin? You got a question for the guys? What you got for us?
Quick question. Thank you so much. Wonderful show as always. So, a question regarding the Fox's speed. You know how, like in the NFL, you have Tyreek Hill's quick speed. My question, it might sound dumb, but why in the NBA is Fox's speed not pronounced when it comes to all the pundits on ESPN, NBA Live, whatever? You know, like it sounds like a stupid question, but Beeman, by the way, yeah, definitely. Sactown 916, we're going all the way. But why is De'Aaron Fox's speed not pronounced like it is in the NFL and other sports? Thank you, gentlemen.
It's a great question. We've talked about it on this show before, and I don't know if it would be the shuttle drill that they do, or there's when you see the NBA Combine on NBA TV, you're thinking this is cool, but there's no main 40-yard dash if you're talking football, or the 60 if you're talking baseball. There's no measure, I think, to start that would say, hey, De'Aaron is X, right? But I do feel like it got talked about more with Russell Westbrook, to be fair.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, I go to what you're saying, that like there's no top speed that we can even compare to, like football when Tyreek's in the open field, ball in his hands, he's just sprinting and just all out.
They have 40s. Like you can like clock their 40s.
De'Aaron has to maintain a dribble the whole time.
Right.
But where are the next gen stats of fastest player? Why I'm sure they're out there, but why aren't they promoted?
Yeah.
Maybe it's just because basketball is more about high flyers and shooting threes. It's just not the same, as speed isn't as important as it is in a football. It is
a way smaller
court. It's not that it's not as important. It's just not talked about as much.
I don't think we see Fox be able to get out, and I mean he does it at least once or twice a game, I think, but that's the point. It's like once or twice a game he gets out and just completely goes coast to coast for a lay-in or a slam dunk, whatever you want to call it. But I think with Tyreek Hill and guys in the NFL, whether it be running backs, wide receivers, they break away, I think, a lot more often than guys in the NBA do. Because as far as smaller playing surface, like we talked about, more defenders, more obstacles, more room to run the NFL. I'm not saying it's easier to break away from tackles, but
100 yards.
You can go wide. You can go wide.
Right.
It's not happening in the NBA.
Sports science, you're moving as fast as a school bus on a Tuesday.
Breaking free in the NBA, I think, is a lot harder. I think as far as the small playing surface and the bodies are taking the playing surface, like it's harder for Fox to get free and really put his speed on display. But when he does, it's a spectacle, and I think people really take notice of the fact that he is the fastest player in the NBA. Except I can't remember who
Maxey.
Someone I think it was Keith Smith said that someone's faster than. Did he say it was Maxi? It's
I
faster
think
than
it
him
was
now?
Maxi.
I don't know.
I would also say I think De'Aaron very rarely goes top speed anymore.
And he can't right now. I mean, he even says he's still being limited by his ankle right now. He said he was going to do a windmill dunk the other night against I think it was Denver.
Yeah.
And he's like, I just can't right now with the he's being cautious, but I mean, we're not even seeing him at his peak right now.
That's what I keep saying that the thing about the reason why I feel like it doesn't get talked about is because he doesn't really create highlights, as crazy as that is to say. Like, and I think we've talked about it before, but like his dunks, he doesn't dunk
They're like
a lot.
nerdy highlights.
Well, like I just like yesterday, I saw a highlight, I believe on House of Highlights, of Giannis dunking. Only using one dribble.
That was absurd.
To go but
He's
like
nuts.
you don't see that. Like you could use De'Aaron Fox in a similar highlight. It's just it doesn't feel like, to I think Frankie's point, like you very rarely, once or twice a game, do you really see that even used, and then he lays it in on the fast break. Like I think you could weaponize it or whatever you want to say. Like it just doesn't really happen enough, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't have it.
Well, I think he's changed his play style. He even tweeted, I think it was last summer, how headband Fox went crazy, or when he wore the bandana.
Yeah.
Because he was like, if you watch like those highlight reels of 2018-19 season, that was when he was breaking away full court and just completely windmilling on people. And that was also, I think, the same year he turned his ankle. The first ankle injury he suffered was that year. So I think we've seen him kind of evolve from being a high flyer or a highlight reel dunker into a guy who we've seen him. He's very good with the step back, and he gets the mid range going, and he's still able to get into the paint and whatnot. But it's not quite with the explosiveness to that extent. It's still explosive, but not the I'm going to go and just completely dunk on two people. He has it in the bag.
He'll have like 5 a year. Like holy, like there were
he's had one this year so
last
far.
year.
Last year the dunks
on Okongwu, the one from the side with his left was ridiculous.
Kelly Olynyk
And
one
just,
was crazy.
Just the NBA in general, their premium is more about vertical leaps, and you'll say he's got a 50-inch vertical leap just versus the speed factor. 916-339-1140. Let's get out to Emmy, who wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Emmy? What you got for us and the guys?
Hey guys, good morning. How are you? First of all, what is this rumor going on that Sasha may be traded? Please don't do that. A lot of people like him, and he needs definitely more minutes.
Yeah.
What's your opinion on that?
No, thank you for the call, Emmy. Yeah, we talked yesterday, Chris and I did, about I'd throw him into the starting lineup. We actually didn't get.
I thought you were going to say I'd throw him into any trade.
No. Seasoning. If and I know you said, Frankie, that people were being a little bit hard on Harrison Barnes, so I would love to get your take on it. But I mean, I get the whole game is it you can't see the whole game in the box score. But we're watching the games, right? It's not just that. And I just don't know how much you would truly lose depending on the team, right? I know Sasha could not handle a Zion or anything like that. I don't know how well Harrison did either, but I just don't know how much of a drop-off you'd actually see if you put Sasha Vezenkov in the starting lineup over Harrison Barnes.
Yeah, I think we're closing in on, I'm not closing in, but I think the discussion is now, I think we're able to have it, that would it be the worst thing in the world if they switched it up and put Trey Lyles or Sasha in the starting lineup and had, HB come off the bench? Because I think a bench of Keon Ellis or Davion Mitchell with Malik Monk and Harrison Barnes off the bench, I feel like that's kind of enticing. And you kind of have that presence of veterans and people that know the offense, and maybe not as much of a drop-off as what we've seen before. But I think Sasha's played well in the minutes that he's been out there. I think that he's been actually a little surprising as far as there hasn't been as many shortcomings on the defensive end. He's not a versatile athletic defender, but he's kind of crafty and just kind of knows how to be in the right spot at the right time, and has had a couple blocks that have been surprising too. And the shot looks good. Every time he shoots, I think it's going in. And I think that he definitely would be more comfortable.
He thinks it's going in too.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. He's a madman in the best way possible.
Yes.
I love it. And they tell him, like, you better shoot it every single time. That's what you're out here for.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Got to get to a break. When we get back, TC, we see you. Hold on. Throughout the break, we'll get to you. We know you got a question for the guys. One more segment. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
The Arnold Law Firm has seen how a collision can turn anyone's life upside down in a heartbeat. So remember to be a little more alert on the road and stay safe. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
This holiday season, create a fun and joyful memory for you and your loved ones. Come light the world and help those in need through the Giving Machine in the Roseville Galleria Mall, November 16th through December 10th. And in Modesto at Valley Fair Mall, December 11th through January 2nd. Choose from local charities serving your community or from global charities worldwide. Come feel the Christmas spirit at the Giving Machine. Learn more at givingmachine.greatersacramento-modesto.org.
At Jim Boy's Tacos, you get a ho lot of flavor for under $10. Our classic #2 combo meal spreads cheer with a parm-dusted ground beef taco, scratch-made bean and cheese burrito, and a soft drink. So jingle on down to Jim Boy's or order online at participating locations.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Christmas is in the air at Hanley's Kia. The season of giving back is bringing you an unbeatable deal on all 2024 Kia models. Drive home in style without breaking the bank. Introducing Hanley's Kia incredible leasing option for just $199 a month. Picture yourself behind the wheel of a brand new 2024 Kia, loaded with the latest features and cutting-edge technology. Whether it's the sleek Niro Hybrid with 54 mpg, an EV6 with up to 310 miles, the versatile Sportage, or the family-friendly Telluride. At Hanley's Kia, you can also reserve your luxurious full-size EV9 with 3 rows that has the comfort of a stylish interior and the peace of mind that comes with driving a brand you can trust. Head over to Hanley's Kia, the season of giving back today, located in Davis.
New 2024 Kia Niro Hybrid EX for $199 per month for 36 months after $7,999 customer cash due at signing plus $300 military customer rebate. 10,000 miles per year and 20 cents per mile after 30,000 miles based on sale price $30,545 and payment excludes taxes and DMV fees and any dealer fees. Vehicle ID number R5136138.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. And I got to be honest here, you know, we'll have to pull the curtain back on this show. And this is actually an encore segment.
Bonus!
With the Kings Roundtable with Frankie Cardicelli and Brandon Nunes. They got to run off to practice. And last week, we had an extra segment, and we had said, oh, well, they're done, and they weren't really done. Yeah. Right? Or something like that. And now I said, oh, they're not done. And they look at me as we're going to break saying, oh, we're not done? They're not done yet. They're not done yet. Job ain't finished. There you go. Job ain't finished. Because everybody loves when we do the Kings Roundtable, including our guy TC, 916-339-1140, who wants to be a part of the conversation. TC, what you got for us and the Roundtable?
What's up, brother?
What's up? What you got for us, man?
Oh man, look, check it out. Hey, I got a trade proposal first though. So like first and foremost, I know fans, everybody gonna fan how they fan, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, when we at the game and all that as fans, hey, the bean chant gotta come back. It's been up and down with that situation. But also when the team is on a run like the other night, I know it was a lot going on with that game, but leave the referees alone. You get what I'm saying? If we're on a run like that, the whole ref, you suck. I know everybody does it, but in my opinion, that we didn't get any calls after that. So like with the fans, like when we're up and the fans are like, ref, F you suck,
Yeah.
It throws them off, and we don't get any calls for that. But I can't tell everybody how to fan, but just as a Sacramento Kings fan, listen, you guys think about that. Also, on a trade proposal for Lauri Markkanen, I know the Jazz liked it, Harrison Barnes, and they were after Harrison Barnes. What do you guys think about? Would you guys give up Harrison Barnes and 2 first-round picks for Lauri Markkanen? Me personally, I would do that in a heartbeat.
Thanks for the call, TC. I will be honest before we get to the trade proposal, because Brandon, I can see by your face that you have thoughts. Yeah. I will be honest here. The ref you suck chant does make me uncomfortable. It makes me slightly uncomfortable. I got to be honest.
Can you explain?
Because you're just saying ref you suck, and you're screaming at this guy.
Do better.
And I know I'm tinfoil hat, and TC is saying you didn't get calls after it. But if you were a ref, what would make you think, yeah, I do suck?
Now,
let me help out this home team.
I want a ref to hype up the
yes,
crowd.
I do too.
Yeah. Draymond
on the crowd. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If Draymond doesn't get, it doesn't
Tony
hurt
Brothers.
when Draymond, talks all that talk. Like, it shouldn't matter when the crowd talks either.
I know.
It happens if you watch League Pass, it happens in every other
every
arena.
stadium,
in every sport,
arena,
in every
right.
sport. They're getting. It's the most unpopular job in sports is being an official, umpire, ref, whatever.
And they get paid well. Don't get me wrong.
Sure.
I've looked it up. They do well.
But
they do well, but it makes me uncomfortable.
No one's going to come out there and say, wow, they had a good game tonight, though. So I get, the thought process behind it.
True.
The thought process behind the ref had a good game
by Tony Brothers.
Right. No one's going to come out there and say they had a good game. And that's unfortunate for them, but that's what they signed up for. But, I don't really fully back the being concerned about refs starting to call the game differently because fans are being, mean.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think it wasn't an excuse because the Kings let that game get out of hand. Sure, there were a couple of weird calls. Brendan did have a tweet which got some backlash about how he thought that the Fox called when Fox got hit in the mouth and started bleeding. It was a foul on Fox.
It was.
By definition, yeah, you put 2 hands on someone's back, it's a foul. So it was. The fact that Fox is bleeding, though, it looks bad and it made people upset, and I get that completely. But the Kings let that game get out of hand on their own. They was it a 14-0 run to begin the second quarter from New Orleans, I think? That had nothing to do with the officials, in my opinion.
Yeah, I hear you. All right. I just had to say that. I guess I'm alone here. It just makes me uncomfortable. You're just kind of, chastising someone. I don't know. I'm just there. I'm just like,
you should have been there for the Marvin Bagley game last year.
Oh my goodness.
You want to feel like someone was singled
really
out.
That was insane.
You want to feel an awkward environment.
I'm glad I was.
Too.
Yeah.
But Brendan, I saw your face when TC threw out that trade proposal. What are your thoughts?
So Chris and I looked at each other because yesterday on the way out the building, we're kind of talking for a sec, and I think I literally presented the exact same trade to him.
Wow.
And I don't know if it's enough. It's probably not enough. I think maybe I said 3 firsts or whatever it is, but Lauri Markkanen is on a little bit of a different timeline than some of those other guys. I know they just got John Collins, even though he was practically free.
Right.
But Lauri Markkanen, 1 year left, and then next year he's a partially guaranteed. Like Danny Ainge is the guy that loves his future draft picks. Are you willing to do your 20? I think you can go to 31 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Say 2029 and 2030 swap or something. Like I think that could even be a little too much, but I think it's an interesting conversation, right? And I like that he brings it up because I feel like that name is never talked about.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be one of those type of guys. We mentioned the name Jimmy Butler yesterday, for example. Again, these are long shots, but things change so fast in the NBA. I think these are the type of guys that you should try to be thinking about.
Can you also explain because I can hear people yelling at their radio, you're just going to trade Harrison Barnes? He doesn't even have any value. Harrison Barnes has some value out there. And now it's not, of course, it's not going to be able to get you a star, but he's not a negative value.
No, it would be what OKC did with Al Horford. I forget what the other side of that deal was, but you bring in somebody and you kind of rehab their value a little bit and you sit and be patient and wait for a team like Milwaukee that you don't think Milwaukee would love to have Harrison Barnes instead of Malik Beasley as that 5th starter.
Right.
HB has value. And I don't think that number that he's at is atrocious. Maybe it's a little high, but I think it's fine. And it's also really important to have a tradable salary on your team, right? When we're talking about these deals,
that's part of the reason
in there. Yeah,
they did the deal. And a lot of people said, well, why'd you bring Harrison back? It made sense to bring him back. Very similar. Teams do this all the time. And it wasn't necessarily their end game. Warriors
with D'Angelo Russell.
Warriors with D'Angelo Russell,
That was just
Warriors
a-
with Jordan Poole.
Right.
Jordan, I mean, they knew at the time he had more value, but they found somebody. Washington did it. So you bring up the Bucks. You know I'm huge on Bobby Portis.
I didn't even know that.
I'm a big Bobby Portis guy.
Crazy eyes.
I think Bobby Portis, Bobby Portis and Trey Lyles, that's the dog that you really need. So give me Harrison Barnes. You said Milwaukee, because I think Jazz makes it.
Well, I'm talking in place of Malik Beasley. I think Bobby Portis might be better than, I don't know. I don't know if they'd swap HB for Portis. I don't know.
You're not high on Portis.
No, I don't mind Portis. I'm saying the Kings probably would. I don't know if
Milwaukee. That's like that's their guy off the
throw
bench.
Davion in there.
His value is very.
That's the questionable one for sure.
They'll throw him in a trade, but not in a game.
Come on now.
No, I think that the HB thing's interesting.
He'll get back
because
in. That was just a bad joke.
Again, Harrison Barnes on the Kings might not be Harrison Barnes on their team because he might not be the fifth option on whatever team trades for him, because he is still, he's 31 years old, and he's a guy that if we saw it when Keegan Murray was out, Harrison Barnes' numbers were great. Not great, but for him, it was like 16 points per game. I think he was like on 40% shooting from three. His volume increased. When he has more opportunities, he performs better. So if you put him on an opportunity like Utah and that happens, maybe the Jazz get a guy they can kind of have as a veteran presence where they kind of have a youth movement. But I think Markkanen's a guy that is intriguing to keep an eye on, because Utah, they're not having a very good start to the year. I just wonder how much it would cost, because I think Markkanen's controllable. I think he has another year on his contract.
He has one more, and it's a non-guaranteed, but I'm sure.
That might change things. I don't know. Maybe
partially guaranteed.
A Davion, HB, and a couple first-round picks. Maybe that gets it done. That's a move where it's not really going for a versatile defender, but a guy who's offensively talented and can maybe
size.
Makes
size
it bigger.
Yeah. He's not like a OG Anunoby. Those are two different completely players, but it's an all-star caliber forward that I think would fit in well with this offense.
It also could potentially alleviate your backup center problem also, where you could just stagger those two, and you could probably run Laurie at the backup center when Domas isn't out there.
What do you mean problem? Have you watched JaVale McGee?
Hey, man.
JaVale is
this
good
your last segment?
JaVale is good.
Y'all gotta go.
A couple minutes left here. Guys, let's say nobody does anything. Let's say the Kings just stand pat, kind of full circle how we started this conversation. They don't have to do anything right now. I felt like a genius at some points during this season, and right now I don't, which is funny that the Kings just beat the defending champs, and that's how much I think the in-season tournament actually mattered, because we came in here and did a show yesterday, and it was sad. It was sad, and you were in the locker room, and you were in the post-game presser. It was sad, right? I think it matters, and not to be too much prisoner of the moment here, but if they don't make a move, do you think it is possible for the Kings, and this goes back to beaming or dreaming, whether you're essentially beaming or dreaming or not, do you think the Kings can get the first seed as presently constructed? One seed.
The number one overall seed in the Western Conference.
I'm going to say unlikely. That doesn't mean the Kings are a bad team or they're not going to finish high in the Western Conference. Right now, among the noise, which is loud, again, as we talked about after losses, they're still they're fifth in the West right now. I'm sorry. Yeah, fifth in the West right now. So that's, not horrible compared to what
for a team that
nobody's going on a run yet.
Nobody's played their best basketball.
Yeah, you lost here in Fox 5 games. You lost Keegan Murray, who's still battling injuries. You have to hope that's not serious. We're going to see if he's practicing today and if he came out of the other game on Monday's game all right. But we have not seen them firing in all cylinders yet. We really haven't seen them. We've seen what it looks like when they are in pieces, but they put together a good winning streak, and outside of that, they've lost to a lot of the similar faces like the Warriors and the Pelicans. Let's see them play, the rest of the field, which they need to still kind of do, and go from there. But I do think when you look at the Denvers, I think they're going to figure it out. Minnesota seems like they're not going to slow down. They're playing really good basketball, and the NBA schedule makers gave them 2 easy games this week with them not making the in-season tournament. I can't remember who they're playing. I think they might be playing Utah. And another easy team they're playing. Oh, the Spurs tonight. So they're going to play San Antonio.
And Warriors at the Blazers.
Warriors the Blazers. So
on 3 days of rest.
Kings shouldn't have made the knockout round.
So what you're saying is they're incentivizing not making the in-season tournament. So maybe that changes things.
Brendan?
It's a long shot probably, but I guess it's somewhat within reach. I think they lived off their offense last year, and I think there's been defensive progress. I think another part of the offense is you're just not surprising anybody anymore. Everybody has a full scouting report. So you need to bring out those counters, and they're being developed, but it's hard they'd have to go on a big run at some point. And to me, it's like, I guess we'd probably be talking about like post-trade deadline and you added somebody and it clicked right away. Like it's a long shot for me.
There you go. All right. Well, you're saying there's a chance.
Kings have only lost to 4 teams this year.
It's true.
Even still.
When are we going to? That's like when we were naming. That's like when we were numbering the shows. When are we going to stop doing that? What's the number?
Stops being true.
Was it going to get to 5?
No, I think 5's too many. No. I think 5's, then you're just saying things.
5's the line.
5 is definitely
the line.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Thanks, guys.
4.
Sactown Sports Kings Insider. Speaking of 4, that was our Kings Roundtable. We do it every Wednesday. Thank you to Brendan Nunes. Thank you to Frankie Carticelli. Got to run to the Kings practice. The hardest 2 working men at the station.
Wow.
When we get back, we will continue to have the conversation. We see you on the call, Edward, in terms of beaming or dreaming. We will get to you right after the break. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With RT Painting, our name says it all. We are a reliable and trusted commercial and residential painting company serving the Sacramento area since 1998. Employee-owned, our attention to detail is second to none. Put our decades of experience serving our community to use for you. Get a free quote today. Call us at 916-900-8112. That's 916-900-8112. Or go online to rtpainting.com. That's rtpainting.com. RT Painting, your trusted and reliable painting contractor of choice.
Who has the largest selection of golf merchandise in Northern California? The Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. It's the go-to store for golf bags, apparel, equipment, lessons, club fittings, novelty items, and more. With their low price guarantee, complimentary gift boxes, and gift cards for your golfer, it's the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Add convenient online shopping and effortless after-Christmas return policy, and you'll see why the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is the #1 choice for golfers everywhere. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway or online at hagenoaks.com.
As we come together to celebrate the end of this long, long year, Stockton Honda has savings to bring us all cheer. Happy Honda Day savings and selection galore. Stockton Honda's online express purchase and great people give you more.
Save on 400 new Hondas at Stockton Honda during Happy Honda Days. Shop in person or online with our express purchase option.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Red Hawk Resort Casino is an entertainment experience like no other. We're the only place where you can play blackjack, then hop on an indoor car track. We're the only place with more than 2,000 of the hottest slots and a state-of-the-art 18-lane bowling center. And now with a world-class sports bar and a resort hotel to stay after you play. Is it any wonder we've been voted best over 100 times? We're Red Hawk Resort Casino, official casino partner of the Sacramento Kings.
Yep, 'tis the season. Hi, if you're like me, you take pride in your gift giving. Well, I've got a terrific idea for you. Gift cards from the Good Feet store. Okay, so arch supports aren't exactly what they've been hinting for, but you know they'd love them. And with the Good Feet lifetime warranty, it's a gift they'll enjoy forever. Buy a Good Feet gift card now, and Good Feet will boost its value 20%. That's a 20% gift free from the Good Feet store. If you have someone on your list who's on their feet all day, has sore feet, knee, hip, or back pain, or even plantar fasciitis, maybe needs an energy boost, or just wants to maintain their active lifestyle, a Good Feet Arch Support gift card could be the perfect gift.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
Kevin Lewis of National Garage Door. Whether you need to repair a broken spring, install the new opener, or buy a quality Rainer door, National Garage Door is here for you. Call us today to see how we can transform your house with a new garage door.
638-4554 National Garage Door.
Sactown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Thank you again to Frankie Cardicelli and Brendan Nunez as Frankie frantically checks social media to see if Juan Soto will be joining the Yankees. So we have two Yankees fans.
Two of them, yeah.
So Frankie makes sense. Why is Jason Ross a Yankees fan?
Jason's cousin, I believe, is Greg Nettles, who spent some time with the Yankees, and I believe that's what it stems from. But
that makes sense.
Yeah, I know that's at the very least that's a fact. So
of course, I mean that's just another one of those teams where you're always going to find something.
Of course, yeah. Every workplace has a Yankee fan buried somewhere in there, and I shouldn't say buried. But there's a Yankee fan in every office across America.
Most iconic. I guess
like the Cowboys
sportswear, the Yankee hat.
Ooh, that's a great question.
Symbol.
I think
probably
so.
Right. Yeah.
I got a friend who wears like a camo Yankee hat. Does not care about sports in the slightest.
It's Yankees.
It's either Yankee or it's probably Yankees. I think just for culturally, like it does kind of mean Dodgers too, though. Don't sleep. The Dodger logo is
especially if you're visiting. If you are not from the U.S. and you're visiting and you need a hat.
That's the thing. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking of. Yeah,
a Yankee
hat, probably.
You are
an Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah, a D-backs hat,
a swamp hat.
Yeah, in the swamp. Stiles and Watkins, 916-339-1140. Edward has been hanging on through the break. Wants to talk beaming or dreaming. What's up, Edward? You are on Stiles and Watkins. What you got for us?
Well, I'm dreaming, but anybody who's beaming is really dreaming. And if you think the Kings are going to win the West, you are hallucinating wildly. I see the Kings as fighting hard to finish sixth.
Man.
Denver, Minnesota, New Orleans are all ahead of them. The Clippers and Phoenix will be ahead of them unless they rest guys like last year. And the Kings are going to fight it out with the Warriors, Lakers, and Dallas, maybe Houston, for the sixth spot and the 4 play-in spots. The Kings are just as likely to be a play-in team as number 6. They're not finishing higher than 6th. And they're not, one of the reasons is they're not going to be able to make a trade because of the Herder trade. Monty has tied his own hands. As I understand it, and I'd hope to get on with Frankie and Brendan because maybe they would know. As I understand it, if the Kings wanted to offer something for Markkanen or Ben Simmons or something like Harrison Barnes and a couple of number 2 picks, the best number 1 picks, the best picks we could offer them would be 27 and 29 because of the Herder trade.
Right.
So, that's not a good offer. So I don't see them picking up somebody of note who wants first-round picks, because that's a long way away. And I don't know why he structured it that way, but I think he's tied his own hands. Now, what I'm looking at this being a down year, but there is one free agent that we can pick up next year who will immediately make us a contender for best in the West.
Who is that?
It is the second half of the 2 guys who know each other better than any other players in the league, know their tendencies, know what they do, will never be surprised, and play the same position. Valanciunas. He and Sabonis have played for years on the national team.
Right.
When they play each other, it's mostly going to be a wash. I don't know how many points Sabonis had. Valanciunas, I think, was like 18 and 12.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to always just kind of negate each other because neither is going to dominate the other. They know each other too well. But when their number 4 or 5 guy is negating your number 2 guy, you're not going to beat that team. And if you want to put Sasha guarding Zion, good luck. So anyway, I see that their hands are tied this year. And unless somebody like Sasha comes out of nowhere, I wish they'd play Colby Jones and see what they've got.
Yeah.
Because I just don't see them being able to make a trade with that Herder thing hanging over their head.
No, that's a great call, Edward. A lot of good stuff to kind of go through there.
Yeah.
First off, as far as the Kings fighting it out as a 6 seed, we've seen this before. I think the question becomes, who do you think is real?
Yeah.
And as much
injuries
as
too. I mean, injuries
right?
They're
but
so big.
As much as the Clippers did handle the Kings, it's still hard for me to think that they finally figured it out and their missing piece was James Harden. That's just hard for me to figure out. That's hard for me to fathom, to be honest. But it could happen, right? I just think that there are only a couple teams that you can truly slot in, because he said the Mavs ahead of the Kings too, right?
So he said Pelicans.
I mean, if you're 6, you named off a lot of teams. The Pelicans, again, what has been the problem? You have the Pelicans and the Clippers, who the if factor is huge, right?
Health.
You got to stay
That's all
healthy.
health.
You got to, Zion wants to be in
Kings
New Orleans
too,
this
for sure,
week.
but yeah.
Who knows what Zion's going to want to do next week?
Right.
So the only teams that at this point in time that I am fully bought in on, and he might have said, I don't know if he said OKC or not. The only teams that I'm fully bought in on would be the Nuggets, of course. And I guess I would say the T-Wolves, but it's still pretty early for them. I think it's just fairly early to tell. But the Thunder, the Nuggets, that's all we know is going to be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else is fighting for respect in that category. Yeah. And then you have the older teams like the Lakers and the Warriors, who I could understand it, and they're sitting 5th right now, but it's kind of hard for me to talk about the even though I have the Timberwolves, I believe in the Timberwolves. I have the Timberwolves in that top 1, 2, 3 area, but besides the Timberwolves and the Nuggets to this point, I can't be bought in on the Clippers yet.
Sure.
I can't be bought in on the Thunder yet. I can't be bought in on really any of these teams until we get a little further along.
Yeah, I was like, we got to wait a little bit more into the season, like 40 to 50 games into the season, to really get a good grasp of what the playoff.
And that doesn't mean you have to be bought in on the Kings either.
No, exactly. That's what I mean. Yeah. There's injuries are going to play a factor for every team, and how they fall is just completely random. I mean, we just don't know at a time like this what the teams are going to look like the second half of the season. Who knows what teams are going to look like post trade deadline? All that stuff definitely is super fluid. As far as the Kings' future picks is concerned, this season it's a top 14 protected pick that goes to the Atlanta Hawks. That's pretty much going to happen. Like, the Kings are no longer going to have trades that are picks that are restricted after this year. And from what I've gathered, or from what I've heard other people have gathered, I should say, if the Kings really, really wanted to make a move, like let's say the Kings really were trying to push for OG or pass, whoever it may be, a big fish. My understanding is the Kings brass firmly believes that removing those protections would be very, very easy. Mm-hmm. They're not concerned about the fact that, you can't trade the next couple years because you have it tied in with these protections. Kings feel very confident that they can remove those protections if they absolutely needed to. So I wouldn't get stuck on any of that stuff being something to prevent the Kings from making a move. If they really want to make the move, they really have no doubt. I mean, I don't want to overstep what I've heard, because I have not heard it directly from the mouth, but they have strong faith that it would not be an issue to remove those protections.
There you go. You heard it here first. Chris Watkins says the Kings, if they really want to do something, if they put their mind to it, they will get it done. All right, got to get to a break. When we get back, it is time to start talking about the Suns and the Kings mindset when they head to Phoenix. Even though they got to head to Phoenix, I won't get into that. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
It's that time of year again. Sactown Sports is welcoming Santa back to town for the 40th annual Santa Parade, Saturday, December 9th in downtown Sacramento. Grab the family and join us as we celebrate Santa's arrival with marching bands, superheroes, cheer squads, and more. Parade starts at 10 a.m. at 14th and N.
We'll see you Saturday, December 9th in downtown for the Santa Parade with Shriners Children's Northern California, California National Guard, and Attic Man Heating and Air Conditioning. Get more information at Sactown SactownSports.com.
Fill your game day cooler with the refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Smooth, real brewed tea with a 5% kick of alcohol. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly. For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you have a game plan for COVID-19? Prescription oral treatments must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, even if mild. If you have a high risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Folsom Lake Ford has trucks. The F-150s are here. Explorers, Expeditions, and a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. They're in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford. Shop Folsom Lake Ford, your truck headquarters, right here in Sacramento for your favorite Ford models at good, fair prices. Short on cash? Buy any new Ford with zero down. Save big with low interest finance rates. Plus, Folsom Lake Ford is paying top dollar for all trades. We want your vehicle regardless of mileage or condition. This could be the best time to buy a new Ford. Check out the huge inventory online at folsomlakeford.com or stop by the dealership and see the most recent arrivals. Looking for something special? Give them a call and tell them Doug Christie sent you. Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, your trusted dealer, my trusted dealer for over 30 years. FolsomLakeFord.com.
Zero down with approved credit.
TruckSmart knows truck and SUV owners love gifts for their vehicles. Whether it's a work truck or a daily driver, TruckSmart can help you make them happy this holiday season. Truck steps, trailer hitches, toolboxes, suspension products, off-road gear, and more. TruckSmart stocks the right products that fit and last for years. Need help with an install? Trained techs are on hand to get it done right. For 35 years, TruckSmart has been the source for great products and service. Visit TruckSmart today in Rockland or Auburn. TruckSmart, your truck's gonna love them.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Give your family a real treat. Bring out all the flavors of the holidays with the amazing Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill is turning me into a pro. Napoleon Grills has features other grills can't match. They're built different, built better, built to last, complete with a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. All made with premium steel that boasts absolute quality. Just go to Napoleon.com for your nearby Napoleon Grills dealer. Napoleon Grills. Now is the time for the best selection of grills and fine accessories for the holidays.
It's that time of year again. Sactown Sports is welcoming Santa back to town for the 40th annual Santa Parade, Saturday, December 9th in downtown Sacramento. Grab the family and join us as we celebrate Santa's arrival with marching bands, superheroes, cheer squads, and more. Parade starts at 10 a.m. at 14th and N. We'll see you Saturday, December 9th in downtown for the Santa Parade with Western Health Advantage, Huff Home Services, and the California National Guard. Get more information at SactownSports.com. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Gibby to Weber down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
Can the Niners build off their NFC Championship appearance from last season? How will the quarterbacks perform throughout the year?
Purdy back, now going to throw for the end zone, wide open, Brandon Ayuk is on fire!
Will the defense lead this squad again?
Intercepted! Ball got tipped up and taken by Fred Warner!
Get all your 49er coverage throughout the NFL season on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Live and local.
This is Sactown Sports.
Stiles and Watkins. Sactown Sports taking you up to 2 p.m. as we start to talk Kings Suns. But before we do, a little bit of Shohei talk coming at you as well. But before we do, that's right, it's time for part 2 of our Skid Row ticket giveaway. Live Nation has teamed up with Sactown Sports for your chance to see Skid Row at Hard Rock Live December 16th. For more information, visit SactownSports.com. We're doing it right now. I picked yesterday Chris Watkins. What number will be the winner? Caller number 5.
Cinco.
That's Aaron Fox number, right?
Cinco. Yes, sir.
There you go. Caller number Fox. Caller number 5, 916-339-1140. That is 916-339-1140. If you want those tickets to see Skid Row December 16th at Hard Rock Live, Nate will take care of you if you are caller number 5. Not Mambo number 5, caller number 5, 916-339-1140. And the Suns, Chris.
Yep.
A very, 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 very confusing team.
Yes.
What are your initial thoughts on the Suns?
It's a little bit like the Pelicans, where you don't even really have a full grasp on what the team's going to look like because they haven't been healthy. I still believe that Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, and Bradley Beal haven't played a single game together, all 3 of them. So
right. Was it one, or that one got canceled, or that somebody ended up dropping?
I think Booker ended up not playing that one, and then Beal got hurt in that game, and then they never ended up coming together. And so, I mean, they've played a lot better than what I would have anticipated, just because I would have thought that when you bring in, because it wasn't just like they brought in a big star and it was, we have this team and now we have to integrate this big piece into what we already do. This was like a complete reshuffling of the deck. They get rid of Chris Paul. They get rid of DeAndre Ayton. They pretty much overhauled their bench completely and really only kept KD and Booker. And I kind of thought that was going to lead to a month or 2 of floundering about, and they kind of have a little bit. I don't think they've been as dominant as what I think some people might have thought they could have been. But I mean, this team is really, I mean, if you look at it, Kevin Durant has been otherworldly this season. I don't know if enough people are talking about it because this dude is 35, 36 years old. He's been playing in the NBA. He was the 2008 draft class. Like, it's been a while since Kevin Durant entered the NBA, and he's shooting he's near the top in the NBA in 3-point field goal percentage. He's averaging near 30 points, might even be over 30 points a game right now. Kevin Durant has kind of single-handedly kept this ship afloat, and it's incredible to see. Like, the guy is on, I don't want to say a different level, but a level that I don't think I definitely didn't expect him to be able to be at this point in his career, especially on the other side of 2 pretty serious lower body injuries. Like, I just didn't think at 36 years old, Kevin Durant, and especially LeBron, but Kevin Durant, I can't believe he's holding up as well as he is right now.
No, I mean, some of the moves, and, it's giving me hope with what I got going on in my Achilles. Some of the moves last night, I'm thinking, man, KD is...
And he's a 7-footer.
And he got banged up. He got banged up last night, too, and stayed in the game.
Yeah.
And the same way Keegan Murray came back. So this in-season tournament has a lot of players
acting
showing
different.
That that they really do care. It's interesting when you see the players that get added to these rosters, and obviously they aren't playing much, and you just think maybe it's because of where they are. I'll be honest with you. In Brooklyn, and the Suns got this guy because of their time in Brooklyn. Watanabe, I thought, was a good pickup, and he can't really seem to get on the floor for the Suns. Really, with these injuries, it's almost as if some of these deals get done, and you think, okay, and they have Bol too, and he can't get
they
on
got
the
Chemezi Metu.
They cannot get on the floor, so
they were throwing flyers out there.
Yeah, they were throwing flyers, and I don't know how that works. If are they not getting on the floor because they're just not very good, or I would feel better about Watanabe than Bol.
Absolutely,
and I think
I'm surprised Watanabe's not getting minutes, honestly.
To be honest, and they're right there hanging with you. And you see Grayson Allen with 21 last night, KD with 31, Devin Booker with 21, and I think the word on the street is Devin Booker is kind of playing injured as well.
Interesting,
and he's fighting through it. I know he had 8 points a couple days ago, and I hit you up thinking, what the heck is going on? So everybody is dealing with something, and a quiet night, only 9 minutes for Josh Okogie. But that's another let's just throw an athlete out there. Let's just throw an athlete out there and see what can happen. And when you get up against when you play the Kings, you think we just have more athletes than you, and we're going to be able to do some things. I don't know, man. I think this could get sticky for the Kings, and I would have loved – it's not even that the Kings get the thing about – and I know why they did it, because you don't want to put the team at a disadvantage who did play on a later date, but it's really the Kings got one extra day off, but you got to travel anyway.
Right, exactly.
Right? So – You're dealing with the team that by the time Friday comes around, I think that the Suns will be very focused. I don't think they'll be dwelling or anything like that. KD has already said that he is, excited to see the rest of the in-season tournament. He thought it was great. So they're going to be zeroed in and focused. Yeah. And we have to
It's also the first time they're playing each other, too.
First time they're playing each other. We'll have to look up what the injury situation was with KD, but he never left the game. I did hear on the broadcast that Bradley Beal, at the earliest, it would be next week. I think even to just resume activity. He ain't playing on Friday. That's all. That's all.
3 games this year.
Right. That's all we have to know. So I think the Suns. I'm just kind of a worrier anyway, but the Suns do worry me. Whenever there's a team with multiple all NBA players that you have to defend, I'm thinking right now, who the heck is going to guard
Kevin Durant? I have no idea. That's what I feel like I've been shouting.
Thing.
No, absolutely not. But but it also at the same time, it kind of is, in the sense of, just like we say, it's not just the Kings thing that they don't have anyone to throw on Zion. Just like it's not just the Kings thing that they don't have anyone to stop Paul George and Kawhi and LeBron. But it kind of is, because again, some teams at least have the names that we're saying to put on each other, or they have a version of Jared Vanderbilt, or they have some defensive stopper that they like to throw out there on those guys. And the Kings just don't. They just don't have that guy. And so that's what makes it so tough. But it's also, like I've been saying, and again, I said I'm going to continue to say it, Kevin Durant's going to get his. Like, he's averaging 31 points a game. I mentioned his shooting splits. They're even better than I thought. So we've all heard of the 50-40-90 club, the 50% field goal, 40% from 3, 90% from the free throw line. Kevin Durant right now is 52 from the field, 50 from 3, and he's shooting 89.2% from the free throw line.
That's insane.
So he's 50-50-90. Like, I mean, he's going to get his. Devin Booker is going to get his. He's a bucket. Those guys are going to combine probably for at least 60 points. Okay, that's that. You just got to submit that, and if they're under 60, great. Obviously, you did a great job. This again comes down to the Eric Gordons of the world. You mentioned Grayson Allen last night having 21. The use of Nurkic is a big body. We talk about the Sabonis kryptonite guy.
Are you worried about Sabonis and Nurkic?
No, I think Nurkic is soft. Yeah. Thankfully, I think Nurkic is one of those big towering guys who actually isn't really built like that. So I'm not really concerned about Sabonis, but again, more so from the defensive end for the Kings, you got to slow down those other guys. You cannot have Eric Gordon, who's had a great season. Feels like Eric Gordon's one of like the most underrated guy. Like, he's had one of the most underrated careers of this generation. That guy just keeps getting buckets, even at his, I think he's like 34, 35 years old. Might even be older than that.
He's 34.
34 years old.
Yeah.
He's been in the league forever as well. You got to slow those guys down. You can't let Grayson Allen have a 20-piece. You can't let Eric Gordon have a 20-piece. You can't let Yusuf Nurkic get a double-double. That's how the Kings have to try and approach that Phoenix game, because actually Devin Booker is somebody who the Kings have at least bodies to throw at. Like, Booker doesn't really fit into that freak category when it comes to his physique. He's just a 6'5", 6'6"
really good
bucket.
guard.
Yeah, you can throw a worst case scenario. The Kings have thrown Kessler Edwards on him before. If you're really concerned about slowing him down, you have Chris Duarte, who would be a body that makes sense to throw on him. Maybe even Keegan, who knows? But KD's the one where it's just like that guy's going to get his, and you just got to try and limit him to like, I really think like under 40. With how he's been playing this year, he will not be afraid to take over that game.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's pick your poison. That's what the West, every other Western Conference team
like
is, right? And you could even say that about the Kings to some degree,
Absolutely.
just depending. It's just all all based on jump shots. And some other teams, Devin Booker is going to get to the line. Kevin Durant is going to get to the line. And they get to the line. I would never call Kevin Durant any type of free throw merchant. He just gets to the line because
both of them are at 8 a game.
Yeah, you cannot guard him. You cannot guard him. So I think it's going to be obviously tough for the Kings, and you just don't want this thing to snowball. You know, we've talked about how much they have cared or did care about the in-season tournament. Well, it's over now.
Yep.
You lost.
And they got a tough schedule ahead, to your point. Like you can't dwell on this, and like you said, you can't let this snowball because you got Phoenix today. I think, on Monday you've got Brooklyn. Brooklyn's an easier opponent. They're a scrappy team. They're around 500, always hovering somewhere near 500 this year. They're 10-9 right now. So again, hovering above 500. That's not a terrible matchup. It's not an easy one, but it doesn't help that it's a back-to-back against the Clippers. And then again, the Kings kind of just have a rough stretch of games leading up till Christmas. You don't want to get to Christmas and then be at 500 or a couple games below 500. It'd be great if the Kings could be 2-3 games above 500 and then hit that stretch of games immediately following Christmas where there's 5 to 6 cupcake teams where you're talking about where the Kings can make their run. Where does the run happen? That's where it happens. So you just got to, in this moment right now, you just got to try and, stay above water, really.
Yeah, and you have 2 back-to-backs coming up.
Really?
Prior to Christmas. You have the Nets Clippers back-to-back. So on Monday, you're in Sacramento, and then you fly down and take on the Clippers, and then you come back. That's Monday, Tuesday. Then you come back and take on the Thunder. Then you get a little break with the Jazz and the Wizards. And then you have the Celtics the 20th on Wednesday. And then after that, you have a back-to-back with the Suns on Friday, the Suns on Friday, and the Timberwolves on Saturday. That's at home, but
yeah, and that 3-game stretch specifically is where I'm looking to say you better have some clearance above 500 because I wouldn't even be that upset if the Kings go 0-3.
I was gonna say 1-2.
If you go 1-2, I'll take that with a Boston, Phoenix, Minnesota, and that Phoenix, Minnesota being a back-to-back. That's brutal. That is absolutely a killer stretch for the Kings. So, yeah, going into that with only 3 more games left. So you have Phoenix on Friday. You've got Brooklyn, LA on. Oh, I'm sorry. There's a couple more games. There's 5 or so.
You get a little
games.
break. Yeah, you get a little break with the Jazz and the Wizards.
You got to beat those teams that you're supposed to beat. You got to take care of Brooklyn. You got to at least take care of that Utah, Washington before you go into that stretch of just the best teams in the league.
Right. And beggars can't be choosers, but you definitely don't want to mess around. And I would even say be in close games. Against Utah and the Wizards. You need to just take care of business early because we can't sleep on the Thunder either, who they have December 15th before they have those games. All right, got to get to a break. When we get back, continuing to talk Kings, going to talk some Brock Purdy, some Niners as well, and a little comparison. Which side of the fence are you on? Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Keegan Murray plays here.
Keegan scores another 3-pointer. Keegan Murray knocking it down for 23 points. Snatch De'Aaron Fox for game scoring honors.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Wednesday spotlight is on. An unsettled day ahead. Rain showers filling in for the afternoon and through the early evening drive. Highs today in the lower 60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Imagine taking a nice warm bath in your shower. Let us fix that. Right now, get that clogged drain unclogged for just $97. Bonnie. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air. Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
This segment is brought to you by Light the World Giving Machine.
A holiday message from Jackson Hewitt.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to get money the same day.
Starting December 11th, walk into a Jackson Hewitt for an early loan on your tax refund, and you could walk out with up to $1,000.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to get money. Missing out would be great.
Appointments go fast. Book yours now at jacksonhewitt.com. Early refund advance offered to eligible clients. Application required. Finance charge applies. Loans by Republic Bank. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
This is Jeff Scott. Did you know there's a way to outsmart COVID if you get it?
Now, there are medicines that can treat COVID whether or not you've been vaccinated, which is great news, especially if you're over 50. If taken in the first 5 days of having symptoms, COVID medicines can help stop the illness from getting serious. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to learn more about COVID medicines. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. And we got a question. I guess I have a question. Uh-oh. I don't want to scare anybody here. Nate, you're going to be a part of this conversation. So I want to ask this, and maybe it's a much easier conversation. Maybe it's a quicker one than I initially thought. So here we go.
Okay.
Who is more important to their team?
Oh, geez.
And if you're listening to the crossover with Jason Ross, you heard this already, but we want you to be a part of it. 916-339-1140. Who is more important to their team? I'm actually going to throw a curveball at you.
Uh-oh.
I'm actually going to throw a curveball at you at the last second.
Oh,
yes, I am.
A splitter.
That's what's the problem. In the pre-show, you guys said it was too easy.
No, the first. Okay.
Now I have a third version. Now I have a third version. Who is more important to their team? Domantas Sabonis or Brock Purdy?
I was thinking about this one.
I
mean,
that's tougher than the one that we initially had. I'll give you that.
I think for me personally, it's who I'm. I will say I'm a bigger 49ers fan than Kings fan.
Okay, well, you didn't have to say that, but thank you.
Well, this is like, what are you choosing then? Like, aren't you asking?
No, just who do you think is more important?
I think it's tough because would you say who's more irreplaceable? Can I change the word?
Whatever you want to, however you want to take that.
It feels like for what the Kings are trying to do, I would say Sabonis is a little bit more irreplaceable. I would say it's harder to find somebody else in the NBA who does what Sabonis does. Yeah, that's what I would say, is that it just in terms of big men who pass at the level of Sabonis. Like if the Kings had to replace Domantas Sabonis, really Nikola Jokic, Şengün,
yeah.
There's maybe like a couple other guys who could do versions of what Sabonis does, but it wouldn't be nearly at the same level. Feels like Brock, again, not to bring up the entire Brock Purdy conversation within it.
Oh, no, we are.
But,
No, go there.
There's probably more guys who could replicate what Brock does given all of the circumstances involved, whether it be coaching, whether it be the player personnel around him. It just feels like there's probably more quarterbacks out there that could replicate what Brock does than big men / centers who could directly replicate what Sabonis does for this very specific team. That's
So
I feel comfortable.
Sabonis.
Yes. I would say Sabonis is more important to his team.
I'm going to take the other side. I'm going to go Brock. And I know in the pre-show, Chris kind of made the joke of like, oh, position, it's the most important position in sports. It is. I mean, it is without a doubt. I might just be scarred from last year. I don't want to see what Sam Darnold can do. No offense to Sam.
He's got a cannon.
Hey, Mayoko said he's the greatest thrower in Niners history. He said that or something crazy.
That was a great spiral. That's what I hear.
Tight spiral. Do tight spirals win you Super Bowls? I don't know. But Sabonis can be. I'd say there's a lot more better players than Sabonis. This is such a good question, Alan. And it's really stumping me. But I think my gut wants to say Brock Purdy because of the position. I don't have an entire debate ready to go for this. But yeah, that's really all. I don't have much to say. But
Yeah.
I'm curious what you think.
Well, I get why you are having flashbacks to the NFC Championship game. It was also a situation where
also Jimmy Garoppolo going out, like seeing Niners quarterbacks go out.
Seeing Jimmy stink for the Raiders does not help Brock Purdy's argument.
Yeah, sure.
But also,
if that's your only argument, though, that's silly.
And also, the idea of, no offense, Josh Johnson, shout out Oakland,
shout him out.
That guy is not good.
He's not,
right.
Not great.
If you were to rank backup, he was really your third string.
I mean, he might have even been fourth or fifth,
right? So,
all things considered, fourth. Fifth was McCaffrey,
right? So, we didn't really see the backup to Purdy when Purdy got hurt. Now, it obviously wouldn't have looked like that, but is it crazy to bring up, when the Eagles did what they did and Nick Foles came in and they won a Super Bowl?
Right.
And I would say that Nick Foles, right, and that maybe that was just the stars aligning for Philly,
right?
But
Could have
that
been
was
the perfect
probably
backup, right?
a tougher situation than what Brock had to come into.
That's happened before too with Phil Simms with the Giants in the 90s, I believe,
and Tom Brady, right?
Coming in for Bledsoe, not the same way. Like those guys got hurt late in the season. I think Bledsoe was early.
Yeah.
I want to say that the Phil Simms thing happened in the playoffs. Phil Simms,
I believe
goes
it
down.
did. Yeah.
But he is like a game manager. Brock Purdy is better than Phil Simms. I'll say that right now.
Relax.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a toss up. It depends who you ask. Maybe throw it on the YouTube chat as well, Nate. And
that's a wild question.
The answer.
Oh, you have the answer.
The answer is Sabonis, but it's going to sound disrespectful to Brock Purdy, but it's not. To Chris's point, it's just Sabonis' importance, especially even if Alex Len was playing. Right. You take Sabonis, you swap Sabonis and take him off this team, and he's on the injured reserve, or he can't play. Right. He's injured for whatever.
Season's over.
The season is over. I can
confidently say the season is over.
The season, for all the Halliburton jokes and things like that, it's tough. It's tough. But the answer is Sabonis just based on the roster construction.
Yeah.
And,
and Kyle Shanahan plays a factor in that as well. Like the fact that you can it just feels like you can Band-Aid the situation without Brock a little bit easier than the Kings would be able to Band-Aid the situation without Sabonis. Like Sam Darnold's definitely not a franchise quarterback. He's proven that, but he can complete passes. He's not Tim Boyle. Mm-hmm. Like you can move the ball. Now, are the Niners to the elite level that we've seen them? No, but do you have to be elite every single week to win the Super Bowl? I don't think so. Like we've had, it's been a while since we've had a quarterback that I think we would classify as not one of the elites actually win. Jared Goff went to the Super Bowl. Matt Ryan went to the Super Bowl, got about as close as you could. Yeah, exactly. And even then,
I'd say like Flacco, Manning, Eli Manning.
Flacco, right? Yes, Eli
Those
Manning.
Two, that early 2010s.
Yeah, it's more about who their backups are. To be completely honest with you, that's what it is. And that's not to say Brock isn't worlds better
I don't even
than.
think it's about who the direct backup is. Again, like my initial argument was even league wide. Like I think you can. Tua can do what Brock can do.
We have some sound from Michael Parsons on that.
We can go down the list of. I don't want to say. I don't know how to list players that are. Your Patrick Mahomes is your.
Yeah.
I don't want to say you're actually good.
Oh man.
I just mean your traditional quarterbacks. Your traditional top level quarterbacks.
I see laser eyes
right in the back of my skull right now. I feel it.
You're wearing the jacket today, so I guess it's fine.
Yeah,
just win me a Super Bowl, guys.
Right.
That's it.
All I was gonna say is that Brock Purdy can probably, or Sam Darnold can take you to I would say the NFC Championship with this roster and probably lose. Whereas I believe Brock Purdy can win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So, Bo,
I think Sam Darnold could win a Super Bowl. I really I think that Sam Darnold winning with this Niner team could win a Super Bowl. I don't think it's out of the question.
Dude, anyone could.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't. That's
Anyone
what I'm saying.
could. It's
if
so
we're playing a universe 100 times, like I think the
see
Niners with Sam Darnold win
15.
That's what I was gonna say. 10.
Yeah.
Like I don't think that's out of the question. Like their defense is good enough. They have enough playmakers to where it's like you don't need to dominate. You just need to be just good enough on that day.
That's the problem. That this is Brock Purdy's going to have to deal with.
We almost saw Chad Henne. Didn't Chad Henne win a playoff game last year for the most part?
And then they blew off the concussion inspection on Mahomes after he shook.
Yeah, like
when he took a step.
Yeah. Well,
I don't think it's out of the question.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
It's not likely.
Brock Purdy, he wins MVP. It doesn't matter. If you have the hardware, you win MVP, you win Super Bowls. People did the same thing with Tom Brady to a lesser degree when it was, hey, is it Tom Brady or is it Bill Belichick? So Tom went to Tampa. Now, Tom went to a pretty rough division. I know Drew Brees was around, but rough division, and he had all the weapons, but Tom did want to break away from that. Yeah. And now, when I'm talking to different people, and now all of a sudden, I thought you weren't going to be able to keep Debo and Ayuk. We did conversations about that. Yeah. Now, all of a sudden, people say they're going to be able to keep both. So maybe this is a world that we'll never have to know with Brock Purdy losing someone, but we did have a meal on Monday. Something is going to get lost.
Something's got to give.
Will it be enough that it affects Brock Purdy? Are you going to lose Trent Williams and Debo at the end of the season? Right. Probably not. And you might already have a Super Bowl by then. I mean, the Niners are much better than every other team, and I think that's what your point is too. We're talking about a team that is just much better than any other team right now, and it's not particularly close.
You know what I'm not going to say? I'm not going to say Marcus Mariota is
and we got that sound too. And the bottom line is you take Sabonis off of this team, and I don't know if they're making the playoffs. I don't.
I don't think so.
I mean, we've pretty much seen it. Right. Like before Sabonis got here, it was a slightly different team, but pretty similar. I mean, Kevin Huerter, I don't know. I get maybe not. Kevin and Keegan were kind of the key additions with Sabonis.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not like they were that close to being a playoff team. Pretty
that's true.
Different coach though. Maybe that's not a good comparison.
All right. Got to get to a break. We will read off some of your answers when we get back. Also, we have De'Aaron Fox contract news. That's right. Not breaking news, but it's not breaking news. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
It's all on his shoulders. Fox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Christmas is in the air at Hanley's Kia. The season of giving back is bringing you an unbeatable deal on all 2024 Kia models. Drive home in style without breaking the bank. Introducing Hanley's Kia incredible leasing option for just $199 a month. Picture yourself behind the wheel of a brand new 2024 Kia, loaded with the latest features and cutting-edge technology. Whether it's the sleek Niro Hybrid with 54 mpg, an EV6 with up to 310 miles, the versatile Sportage, or the family-friendly Telluride. At Hanley's Kia, you can also reserve your luxurious full-size EV9 with 3 rows that has the comfort of a stylish interior and the peace of mind that comes with driving a brand you can trust. Head over to Hanley's Kia, the season of giving back today, located in Davis.
New 2024 Kia Niro Hybrid EX for $199 per month for 36 months after $7,999 customer cash due at signing plus $300 military customer rebate. 10,000 miles per year and 20 cents per mile after 30,000 miles based on sale price $30,545 and payment excludes taxes and DMV fees and any dealer fees. Vehicle ID number R5136138.
Discover your dream home at Subcontractors United, your source for all home improvement needs. A talented team of home services experts is ready to make your projects a breeze. No more endless internet searches. Find your contractors in one place. Enjoy stress-free service absolutely free, with no hidden costs and no account to set up. Transform your living space into something extraordinary. Visit Subcontractors United today and experience the joy of hassle-free home improvement. Dream big at subcontractorsunited.com.
Amazon will be delivering packages to your house. Let Amazon deliver customers to your business. If that sounds good and you want more in 2024, simply text digital to 916-766-5105.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave letting you know Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room and primetime football location is back. Cap Casino giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game, offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Check it out, Capital Casino. And as always, please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Got a drain that's clogged up? Or maybe a toilet? Or a faucet that just won't quit leaking? Kenny and Jerry are here from Bell Brothers, and we want you to know that it does make a difference which plumber you call.
At Bell Brothers, we respect your time by showing up when we say we'll be there. Our technicians are all background checked and drug tested, and will greet you with a smile.
They're trained to do the job right the first time, and they carry over 1,000 parts on their trucks, so they won't have to order something and then come back later.
They leave the work area cleaner than they found it, and your final bill will be the same as they quoted. That's why they call us the No Surprise Guys.
So if you need a plumber, it does make a difference who you call. Call Bell Brothers. Our number is 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com. That's 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Sactown Sports.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m., having a nice conversation about who's more important to their team, Brock Purdy or Domantas Sabonis. Let's see what some of the answers say. Pretty split, Chris, to be honest. We have the poll going on the YouTube. Be a part of that as well. And we have Dwayne Baker saying Sabonis, Scooter916 saying Purdy, Manny Too Legit saying Sabonis, CK916 asks Fox or the entire offensive line. Yeah,
the entire offensive line, or
we just replace it. But that's the problem. You replace them with a bad offensive line, right? Or the Jets offensive line, right. Aaron Rodgers is running for his life.
Poor Zach Wilson.
That's why Zach Wilson doesn't want to play.
So crazy.
Yeah.
I cannot believe that.
I think it can go in a couple different directions as we talk about De'Aaron Fox here. And Chris, you saw a report about De'Aaron and an extension.
Yes. This just came across my timeline here. This just came out like, man, this just came out actually from Real GM. They say De'Aaron Fox turned down a 2-year, $105 million extension before the start of this season. Sources tell Chris Haynes of Bleacher Report. 2 years is the maximum that the Kings could offer De'Aaron at this moment in time, and De'Aaron turned it down in hopes of making an All-NBA team again this season, which would make him eligible to sign a 4-year Supermax worth approximately $245 million. And of course, De'Aaron is represented by none other than Mr. Rich Paul.
Oh, they're going to get the money.
Yeah, they're going. They know what they're doing.
They're going to find a way to get the money.
Very much know what they're doing.
Yeah, and the Supermax thing is a term, and a lot of people, who deserves it, who doesn't. I don't know how many Supermax players there are right now. If we were to do it that way, a lot of it has to do with
$61 million per year, by the way. Just did that math.
That's a lot of money.
That's
a lot of money.
Nothing. That's not nothing. That's what De'Aaron wants to sign for. That would be the Supermax extension that if he makes an All-NBA team, he will be eligible to make up to an average of $61 million, which would probably end up scaling out like low end 55, maybe 58, and then topping off somewhere near 70. So that's a nice chunk of change.
I mean, I'm looking here. I don't know who else is up for a Supermax, but that would
should be a lot of people.
Okay, so it's a lot.
Like Jason Tatum, everyone who's in his draft class should be
right, because right now Steph. So everyone, we're gonna do the same thing we do in the NFL. There's gonna be a bunch of broken records at the end of the season because Steph Curry is leading the charge right now, making 51, almost basically 52 million
right
this year.
Yeah, and it's It's I mean, and then you have guys like, Jaylen Brown, who just signed his contract extension, and he's going to be making upwards of like $60 million. So like you said, the entire NBA salary cap is going to be broken here pretty soon. I'm looking, in the 2026-27 season already, Damian Lillard's owed $60 million. Giannis is owed $59 million. Anthony Davis, $59. This is where the Jaylen Brown contract comes in. He's making $57 million. So De'Aaron at 60 or whatever it may be it sounds high right now, but even then, in a couple years, that's going to be pretty much the going rate for a top 15 guy in the league.
So I'm looking here, just in terms of the top 10, you have Paul George at number 10 making 45. Kawhi Leonard making 45 at 9. Damian Lillard making 45. Giannis making 45. Bradley Beal making 46. Joel Embiid making 46. Jokic making 47. LeBron James making 47. Kevin Durant making 47. Bradley Beal, that's crazy.
Yeah, the Beal contract's nuts. That's one where, I mean, that's why Phoenix got him for what they got him for. It was pretty much Phoenix it was honestly Washington having to pay to take Bradley Beal off their books, because $46 million is just an anchor that you can't avoid in your salary cap. And that's going to be the problem with Phoenix moving forward. I mean, is they're going to have to rely, not this season, but next season and the season after that, until the Beal and KD contracts are up. They're paying 3 guys like a total of, I don't know. I mean, if I'm looking, KD makes 45, Beal makes 45, Booker pretty soon here is going to be making, I think, $40 or $50 million. So, I mean, they're paying 3 guys pretty much $150 million. They got to fill out the rest of the salary with, I think, like under $100 million. So it's
Watanabe.
It's going to be tough. I mean, that's going to be the struggle with building, and that's why it's so unfortunate that they haven't even been healthy enough to play together, because those 3 pretty much are the entire team.
You have 3 teams here that have 2 top 10 contracts.
Yeah.
The Clippers, the Bucks, and the Suns.
Yeah. One of those things is not like the other.
No,
at this moment in time. Yeah. The
They're
Clippers
not.
situation is not as going as positively as those others.
Well, look, and maybe they feel they're making the exact same amount, actually. They're both making 45.6.
Right.
And then the numbers, they're making the exact same amount of money, Kawhi and Paul George. And I'm sure.
And Giannis and Dame.
Yeah,
they all make the same dollar figure.
That's funny. Yeah. And, it's just one of those things where it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be in the runnings. As we know, the Clippers, they haven't been able to do anything. But I do think this is the year. They're going to say that every single year. Yeah. I'm looking at the Bucks, and this might be one of the most interesting Eastern Conference Finals. I don't know what you have to come out of the East if you're the Bucks. I think it's more important for the Bucks to come out of the East with the move that they made than it is for the Celtics.
I think so too, because the Bucks made a little bit more of an all-in move, and they fired their coach who has been successful and kind of scapegoated him a bit, and then you make this big splashy move for
Dame is 33.
Dame's up there, so his clock is ticking as well. I mean, they were the aggressors in the moves. I mean, the Celtics were more than willing to just kind of sit back and run it back with Jalen and Jason. And, they brought in Porzingis to kind of flip things up a little, but they, send out Marcus Smart as well. The Bucks are the ones who decided to change everything. They let go of Drew Holiday, who's a guy that everybody kept telling them, I think you kind of need that perimeter defense. And they let him go to by extension, they let him go to the Celtics. So, if the Bucks don't win, there's tons of criticism going to come down their lane. Of course, if the Celtics don't win, people are going to be on their helmet as well. Like, people are going to say, Jason Tatum, how much help do you need before you eventually end up actually winning? And, the Celtics, of course, just in general are going to carry a certain weight. But the Bucks have made it clear this is their all-in move. And they've got to show that it was the right move to make. Like, to your point, there's a lot more pressure on that Milwaukee situation than that Boston situation, because Boston has time. They can figure it out. Jason and Jalen aren't going anywhere. But,
right.
Dame, you mentioned his age is getting up there, but Giannis can we saw Giannis kind of start to tiptoe this offseason around, I want to get out of here. I can't remember. I think he might have signed an extension. It might have been a small extension this offseason, but that situation can change as well. And Giannis is still, what is his birthday today? 29 years old. He can still ask to go to another team at some point in this run. So they have to get this situation right.
You have to. And Giannis, I don't know, man. I mean, look, he is a Greek freak, but he's 29 now. I don't know how long he will be able to go at this rate, right? I mean, he doesn't really have a jump shot.
Yeah.
He's
Giannis
the opposite.
Bagless, right?
Giannis Bagless. He is the opposite of when people say, oh, well, his game will translate.
Right.
Giannis's game at this point in time, I don't know. Now, I don't know when he'll slow down, like a LeBron James or something like that, but LeBron can shoot.
Yes.
So I think that's the difference. And then real quick, Chris, just for those that might be curious, if De'Aaron Fox doesn't make all NBA and he's not eligible, he would just get a normal extension.
I believe so. Yeah. I think it would just be, I don't know what the dollar figure would be, but it would be substantially less. Like, it would probably be
maybe what they tried to offer him.
Yeah, something like that. It would still be significant. Definitely. De'Aaron Fox would not be struggling out here in these streets, but instead of an average of 60 mil, he might make, 54, maybe even 50. I don't know the exact specifics, but I mean, I think if the Kings should be more than happy and more than willing to give De'Aaron that contract. If De'Aaron gets that contract, it's probably because the Kings are having success and he's earned it. So I've got no problem with that dollar figure being thrown out there. I know it's going to be a big sticker shock to a lot of, especially, a lot of older fans who have seen Michael Jordan make $1 million in a year. And now it's like De'Aaron Fox is making $61 million per year. But like you said, it's a different time. You just got to it's not easy to do. Even I struggle with it, trust me. But you just got to kind of get adjusted to seeing those numbers being normal.
There you go. Got to get to a break. When we get back, starting to talk a little bit of Niners, and we go around the NFL and NBA. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Can the Niners build off their NFC Championship appearance from last season? How will the quarterbacks perform throughout the year?
Purdy back, now going to throw for the end zone, wide open, Brandon Ayuk is on fire!
Will the defense lead this squad again?
It's intercepted! Ball got tipped up and taken by Fred Warner!
Get all your 49er coverage throughout the NFL season on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Winter is coming. I know you know that, but are you prepared to keep your family warm all season long? At American Energy Heating and Air, their goal is to exceed your expectations of the heating and air industry by valuing the customer experience and making your home comfort system as efficient as possible for the most value. So book your $49 furnace tune-up and safety inspection today. Prevent dangerous gas leaks. Extend the life of that furnace and save on your energy bills. And here's the guarantee. This isn't a sales call. They're not getting in the door so they can try to sell you a bunch of stuff. No, they're just going to do what they say they're going to do. Call today to schedule an appointment at 916-520-9990 or go to AmericanEnergyAir.com. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A-plus Better Business Bureau rating. Get your $49 furnace tune-up and safety inspection today. 916-520-9990. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Carmichael Dave here for Jiffy Lube, your proud sponsor of the Drive of the Game. Now listen to every Kings game for Gary Gerald's Drive of the Game call. Then listen to Jason and myself the next morning for a chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube certificate, courtesy of all the Jiffy Lube locations in the greater Sacramento area. Get your vehicle ready for the holiday driving season at Jiffy Lube today. Oil changes, wiper blades, tire rotations, and more. For more information, go to jiffylube.com.
Hold on to your Santa hats because Elk Grove Kia is turning up the holiday heat with deals that'll leave you saying no, no, no money down. This Christmas, keep your wallet at home because Elk Grove Kia is making your dreams come true with 0 down payment. That's right, absolutely nothing out of your pocket to drive home in a brand new Kia today. Or if you're ready to slay the season in style, picture this: the award-winning 2024 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive, the hottest sled in town, for just $439 per month plus tax. You heard it right, only $439. So whether it's the sleek 2024 Kia Telluride or the no money down offer, Elk Grove Kia says 0 hassles and 0 worries. ElkGroveKia.com. Qualified applicants, 0 down. Example stock number GK9133, 48 month lease, 0 down. Model number C3422, Telluride, 24 month lease, 439 plus tax, 4495. Dual signing, service period, plus residual, 33,352, and 8 years. December 11th. This GK93 expires tomorrow.
Elk Grove Kia.
It's no secret to golf enthusiasts that Timber Creek and Sierra Pines in Roseville are one of the region's most unique and scenic places to enjoy a great game of golf. 27 holes, boundless options. Elevate your game on our newly renovated driving range, putting green, and chipping area. Whether you're aiming for fun, lower scores, or all-around growth, we've got you covered. Experience golfing dreams in Roseville and book your tee time at timbercreekgc.com. Timber Creek and Sierra Pines, your ultimate golf haven.
Good Guys Heating and Cooling has a deal going on right now that you cannot miss. This summer was much shorter and cooler than normal, so that means Good Guys is overstocked and ready to clear out their warehouse. They've got inflation-busting pricing on a brand new heating and air system for just $82.99. No other company is offering a replacement system that low. Call Good Guys now at 530-GOOD-AIR to see if you qualify. That's 530-GOOD-AIR for a no-cost qualification appointment. Best service, best price, guaranteed. And that's no bull. License number 1057618.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Golf Digest Sins of Slow Play suggests precious time is wasted waiting for your turn to hit. If you're on the other side of the fairway, you can take your practice swing while someone else is playing their shot. And if you're walking, when you get to the green, leave your bag closest to the next tee box. Golf is social, but tell your great story while you're walking the fairways and not on the tee box or putting green. Next, don't be delusional. If there's only a remote chance of reaching the green or clearing a hazard, just lay up. The group behind you will love you for it. If you have to take a call, move away, and maybe even sacrifice your involvement in the hole to keep things moving. And last is not hitting the ball. PGA Pro Mike Bender wrote Golf's 8-second secret and argues that the time from when you set your lead foot, step over the ball, and swing to finish should take 8 seconds, but most take twice that long with practice swings, waggles, and whatnot. For a bogey golfer, that's an extra 12 minutes times 4 golfers. Remember, golf is a game. Have some fun, but do it expeditiously. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
At Jim Boy's Tacos, you get a ho lot of flavor for under $10. Our classic number 2 combo meal spreads cheer with a parm-dusted ground beef taco, scratch-made bean and cheese burrito, and a soft drink. So jingle on down to Jim Boy's or order online at participating locations.
Live and local. This is Sactown Sports.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking up to 2 p.m. And to start the show, really, we were trying to figure out a name for our YouTube chat. It doesn't have to just be YouTube; it could be our texter as well, just a chat in general. So Chris has been really trying to use Chat GPT and AI, and I don't know why. Maybe I'm more get off my lawn type here. So Nate did some digging and found a generator and generated some names.
I used GPT.
Yeah. So we want everybody to be a part of this, especially if you're in the YouTube chat or also on the text line. Nate, you name them off. We'll see what everybody likes.
Okay, I have 11 here, so I got some choices for you guys.
Okay.
It might not work, It might be a little too corny, but we'll see.
Okay.
So we got Sactown Sports Squad, Sactown Sportsters, Sacramento Slam Crew, Sactown Strikers, Beam Blazers, Beam Brigade, Gleam Guardians, Spectrum Squad, Glow Gang, Torch Team, Beam Bunch.
What did you put in?
I wanted alliteration with I'll read exactly what I put in. Give me 1 second here. I put in, give me 15 alliteration names for a group of people based off the name Beam. And I also switched that with Sactown Sports.
Beam Brigade wasn't terrible.
Yeah, they're pretty much all corny.
No, I think you got to put in something with chat too.
What do you mean?
Because it is a chat. Because this just sounds like what we were doing for Kings fans.
Yeah. Well, what do you like? This is just
Put in Sactown Sports chat.
Okay.
Name ideas.
Give me 15 alliteration names for a group of people based off Sactown Sports chat.
Yes.
Okay. Let's throw that in.
Let's see.
And then it's going to give me 15. Do you want me to read all 15?
They can't be worse than what you just read.
Yeah, they're pretty bad. They can be. I bet they can. Okay, it gave me Sactown Sports Squad again. Sacramento Sportive Society.
Okay, that's terrible.
Okay,
It's
I'm
doing
listening.
the same thing. Oh, you like that?
No, I'm kidding.
Oh, okay.
The Sactown Society?
Sporting Sactown Syndicate.
No.
The word syndicate is cool.
I like the word.
Slamming Sactown Squad.
No.
Whoa.
Sporty Sactown Society. That's kind of a throwback to Sporty 1140.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Sporty Sactown Society. Sacramento Sports Strikers again. Sizzling Sactown Sports. Sactown Sporting Spectacle. Spirited Sports Squad.
No, jeez.
These are all, Synchronized Sports Society.
Okay,
Maybe take
now
the
we're
alliteration
talking.
out.
No,
You
keep
don't
it.
like the alliteration. I thought the alliteration is key.
No, it doesn't have
Not
to
if
be.
it leads to
I want
this.
something. I want to play on Breakfast Club.
But we're like a lunch squad. A brunch squad. Yeah.
The brunch squad can't be the brunch squad.
Yeah.
I
We,
want
we do
something
not
with
want to
club.
promote people
Brady
talking more
Bunch.
about food in the chat, please.
No,
So
they already
Toasters.
talk about food enough in the
So-
chat.
something with club or society. I
Not
like
Beam
society.
Bunch then? Not Bean Bunch? Beam Bunch?
Beam brunch.
Beam Brunch?
No,
Now that's good.
I'm out on all this.
Yeah.
I don't
This
love
is
it.
really hard.
I don't love it.
Even with the help of robots. It's not easy.
Yeah. I don't think it has to be alliteration either.
Okay.
I think it helps, like, obviously, for it sounding good, but feels like you can, I don't know.
Sacktown Dog Pound.
It's not bad. I don't hate that. It's better
Yeah.
than
It's too long.
a lot
That
of
was
other
off the
ones.
top of the dome.
Yeah.
I could tell.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. What about chat
Oh, you're
SAC
SDP.
Chat Sack?
instead of chat GPT? Welcome to chat.
It's not
See.
terrible. It's
It's
not terrible, but I think
None-
someone in the chat said, yeah, what about, it was Joe. Said chat KNG.
At the beginning of the show, I said Sacktown Lounge, and they kicked me out of the booth, and I was not able to finish the segment.
I don't hate it. It's just because it's not like a chill. It's
What's up, loungers?
Yeah, like
What's up, Sacktowners?
They want to get intense about sports in there a lot.
Sack Chat from Scooter 916.
Sack Chat's good.
Sack chat's
I
not
like
bad.
the Sack Chat.
Makes it sound. Yeah.
Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe not. I don't know.
Sack Chat. The Sack Chat's going crazy
It's
today.
not bad. It's not bad. You already got Snapchat too, which is already like,
Snapchat.
a little bit of like, it sounds
Follow
right.
the Sack Chat on Snapchat,
Yeah, you're asking for a headache.
and we
there.
can have a snack chat.
Oh
All right.
my gosh.
Yeah.
I don't hate Sack
Dump
Chat.
that.
I don't hate Sack Chat.
I like Sack Chat.
I think
Scooter.
that's working
not
for
bad.
me now. Yeah.
The Sack Chat's going crazy because I'm tired of saying the YouTube chat.
Sacktown Loud.
I like Sack Chat.
Okay. It's your guys' show. It's up to Chris now.
I like Sack Chat.
All right, they're the Sack Chat.
I like Sack Chat.
I'm putting it in. I'm gonna file it with the government.
Okay.
This is the Sack
The
Chat.
patent has been
SACCHAT. Correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sack Chat.
2 different words.
The Sack Chatters.
2 different words, but when spoken, it sounds like one word.
Yeah.
And you have to
It's
clarify
the Sack
that.
Chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Sack Chatters. The Chatters. The Chatters. The Chatterers.
Uh,
I would just say the chat.
The Chat. The Sack Chat. The chat's going crazy. Sack Chat. I think we're in.
I think we're in.
Sack Chat rolls off the tongue. I think people are liking it in here. I think that's fine. I think this is gonna work.
Okay.
I think this is gonna work for
It
you
doesn't
guys.
have to be perfect either.
Yeah,
it could be workshopped. I feel
Things
like
The Sack Chat.
in the beginning, things never feel right.
right.
So you got to get that waiting period, that limbo through.
Yeah.
And you're
When I
good.
wake up tomorrow
Mm-hmm.
and we see everybody waiting and you open the doors
Yep.
to the Sack Chat.
It's not
What's up,
bad.
Sack
It
Chat?
also sounds really big. Like, it sounds like,
Yeah.
part of part of marketing is just you
Hey,
got to
we
make
want,
things.
yeah. Hey, we want everybody here in full effect.
It's not even
everybody
about-
from
yeah.
the Sack Chat.
Yeah.
We're gonna be at Golden One.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it's not even about like, it's not even about sports necessarily. It's just all Sacramento can hop in it. It's a Sack Chat. You know, it's almost like a Discord channel.
That's right.
You know,
that's right. And we can talk. Yeah,
just talk Sack.
There should be a Discord. That would be toxic.
Yeah, that would.
we got there.
We got there.
We got there. Scooter 916. Wow, you are the Sack Chatter of the day.
There you go.
The Sack Chat.
We got to get that sponsored by something.
That's true.
What would be a funny sponsor for that?
Sack
I
Chat.
can think of a couple.
Sponsored by
Babbel.
ED.
By ChatGPT.
By what's the? Never mind. Never mind.
Got to get to a break.
Yeah, we probably should.
When we get back, we are talking Micah Parsons taking a shot at not just one, but two quarterbacks. Does this guy ever stop? Doesn't seem like it. And there is a tweet of all tweets that shuts down all the Brock Purdy haters. Stiles and Watkins and the Sack Chat.
The Sackers.
Sacktown, the Sackers. Sacktown Sports.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
This time of year, big box tool stores start to sell a whole bunch of not tools, from dancing Santas to plastic trees. At Northern Tool and Equipment, we'd rather sell you a 4-horsepower chainsaw fitted with a full chisel chain to cut down your own tree. And we have wood chippers come January, because you know, mulch. We're cutting prices on your favorite brands this holiday season. Save on Milwaukee, Ingersoll Rand, and Metaltech in-store or at northerntool.com.
Get ready for holiday feast season with Pepto-Bismol.
Uncle Derek's here with his famous fried turkey. Hey, Aunt Mary brought the mac and cheese. Donna's here with the potato salad.
Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief for unexpected stomach upsets. So enjoy the holidays. Pepto has you covered, no matter who made the potato salad.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto-Bismol. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Yep, 'tis the season. Hi, if you're like me, you take pride in your gift giving. Well, I've got a terrific idea for you. Gift cards from the Good Feet store. Okay, so arch supports aren't exactly what they've been hinting for, but you know they'd love them. And with the Good Feet lifetime warranty, it's a gift they'll enjoy forever. Buy a Good Feet gift card now, and Good Feet will boost its value 20%. That's a 20% gift free from the Good Feet store. If you have someone on your list who's on their feet all day, has sore feet, knee, hip, or back pain, or even plantar fasciitis, maybe needs an energy boost, or just wants to maintain their active lifestyle, a Good Feet Arch Support gift card could be the perfect gift.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
Yep, that trailer hitch and folding bed cover from TruckSmart makes road trips a breeze.
Right? I'm so much more organized on the job site since TruckSmart installed my truck rack and toolbox.
And they had it all in stock, so I just waited as they installed everything.
Take a look at this sweet Rhino truck lining. They sprayed it on.
Yeah, you win. That is sweet.
Truck Smart, truck and SUV accessories for on the road and the job site. Stop by one of our 2 locations in Rockland or Auburn. Trucksmart.com. Your truck's gonna love them.
Last season, the Sacramento Kings gave us a little bit of everything. A Pacific Division type GM of the Year, Coach of the Year, Clutch Player of the Year, All-Stars and All-NBA performers. Plus, we got to light the beam.
Here's a steal by Fox, the breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
What does this season have in store? Find out. Each and every Sacramento Kings game can be heard right here on your proud home of the Beam team, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
It's Credit Christmas at Prestigio Jewelers. Get the gifts you want this year. Prestigio guarantees your credit up to $10,000. It's easy. Have a valid ID, proof of income, and be 18 or older. Prestigio has competitive pricing on all jewelry such as gold chains, wedding sets, diamond earrings, and designer brands like Cartier, Gucci, Bulova, and Citizen. Rebuild your credit, even with a repo or a bankruptcy at Prestigio Jewelers. This Christmas, come for the credit and be amazed by the selection at Prestigio Jewelers. Online at prestigiojewelers.com.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. And we have some things to talk about when it comes to Brock Purdy. Earlier on, we asked who's more important to their team, Domantas Sabonis or Brock Purdy. That was not supposed to be disrespectful to either person, especially not Brock Purdy. And we have someone we've talked about. There are people that seem to be more on the side of Brock Purdy or just on the side of the Niners, no matter what they do. I would put David Lombardi in this category. He does Niners coverage for The Athletic, and he is very much a pro. Whatever the Niners decide is the right thing. And if you were in that camp, sometimes they make you look a little not smart, right? When Jimmy Garoppolo goes to the Raiders and you've been kind of caping for the Raiders or for Jimmy Garoppolo and the Niners, and Jimmy Garoppolo goes to the Raiders and does not look great, right? But as of right now, you got a hit on your hands with Brock Purdy. And his latest tweet that David Lombardi, I'm sure, was excited to probably had it in the chamber for months, right? For months.
He could not wait.
And this was to kind of debunk the yards after catch myth, if you will, with Brock Purdy.
Which is probably the biggest narrative around.
It's the biggest one. And we even said against the Eagles, it didn't look great, right? I don't think a lot of people are watching Niners, Jaguars, or whoever at 10 a.m. or whenever it is, and didn't see a lot of the good throws that Brock has made. I didn't see any of those throws against the Eagles, and I honestly wasn't sure that Brock's odds for MVP would go up that much. Turns out I was wrong, right? So David Lombardi drops this December 4th, and like I said, was very excited to drop it. I can guarantee you that much, where he says, and here is the tweet, verbatim, 48.6% of Brock Purdy's passing yards this season are coming from yards after catch. That's less than each of the past 3 MVP winners. In 2020, Aaron Rodgers, 52.2%. In 2021, Aaron Rodgers, 52.7%. In 2022, Patrick Mahomes, 54.3%, which is pretty surprising because they did not have Tyreek Hill. And in 2023, Brock Purdy, the least amount at 48.6%. And it's true.
Wait, I finished the tweet.
Oh, yes.
Come on, the most important part.
I forgot the best part. How could I? And he ends it with checkmate, period. Sounds like blouses from Dave Chappelle. Checkmate, period. And if you follow, I don't even follow David Lombardi, and I don't have to because he does always put out good stats. So he just pops up on my timeline. Anyway, I don't know how. Honestly, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Brock Purdy. I don't know how. I really don't. I don't know how.
I don't either. I mean, I really don't either because I guess the yards per attempt, like this is what people have been trying to tell us, I guess, with the yards per attempt being higher than anybody else in the NFL as well. Like, I guess we just really don't. For maybe it's because there still is yak after his completions, but I think even eye test wise, it still feels like there is a ton of work being done after the catch. But I guess this is like we're kind of both not tongue in cheek, but we do laugh at this stat and David Lombardi doing these kind of stats often. But I actually do think this is really a great stat. Like for this is truly, as we joke around about the quarterback numbers and the efficiency and the EPA numbers that everybody throws out for Brock. To me, this is actually the most legitimate stat if you're going to try and say Brock Purdy should be MVP, or that narrative is just completely washed. Because again, this is the big thing that everyone says is the talent around him does all the work. I don't know if we're going to play it, but you brought to our attention that Micah Parsons yesterday on his podcast was like, oh, I really think I could throw it to Tyreek. Like, how hard is it to throw a deep ball to Tyreek Hill? How hard is it to throw a slant to Deebo Samuel? That's just not, I mean, it appears that that's the case with Brock eye test wise, but clearly the numbers are not saying that. And I think that when you just compound all of the numbers, the yards per attempt on top of this number, you can't argue that Brock is doing nothing different than what other quarterbacks do. He is not being aided any more, as a matter of fact, less than what other quarterbacks are. And so that being the prevailing negative or the narrative against Brock, I mean, there's really nothing else you can say. You just got to be able to at some point tip your cap to the dude and say, you're just playing good football.
No, he is. And look, a lot of people might think it looks a bit different, or, that's why you don't want to believe it. But the proof is in the pudding. It's there. And it really is a checkmate. Yeah. As much as I give David Lombardi a hard time, it really is a checkmate.
There's
because
no coming back.
That has been the biggest thing as far as a knock on Brock. If I'm trying. And the only thing if I were a Brock hater, which I am not, but if I were a Brock hater, the only thing you could go to after this would be the only thing you could go to after this is go to Shanahan.
Yeah.
And just say that these guys are wide open, which at this point you're even if you're not completely wrong, right? You remember, was it a couple games ago when nobody was on the screen when he threw the ball to Deebo? Yes. Nobody was on the screen.
Yeah.
That's all you got left. And honestly, that it's not much.
No, I mean,
it's not much.
I still think we talked about it, I think earlier this week or later last week, but I still would say is Brock even the MVP of his own team is a fair retort. But again, I mean, I think if anything, he's carrying as much water as, maybe not as anyone else, but at least close to the same amount of water as Christian McCaffrey and as Deebo. And when you throw in the fact that he is playing quarterback, and so he is going to get a lot of criticism, we even as a media collective, we talk a lot about those weeks where Ayuk and Trent Williams didn't play, and we say, oh, see, that shows Brock wasn't able to step up. Last time I checked, Christian McCaffrey was also playing in those games too. I don't, that doesn't seem to hurt McCaffrey's MVP case at all. And I'm not saying it should. I just don't know if it should really be that big of a detriment to Purdy's MVP case. So yeah, I mean, I think, whatever of if you actually believe Brock Purdy's the MVP or not, but this is for everybody out there who just says it's ridiculous to even have him in the conversation.
Yes, exactly. And if I'm not mistaken, against the Giants, which he didn't look great. It was a little bit of a more mucky game. I'm fairly sure Brandon Ayuk did not play in that game, and he still threw, his stats did not drop
Ronnie Bell
at all.
Just looked like an Ayuk replacement.
Exactly. So there's a game where you didn't have Ayuk, and if you take away two all-pro guys and Trent Williams and Deebo, and even if it was on a different team, I'm sure nobody would look the same, and they still could have won that Cleveland Browns game. So I think that at this point, if you are a hater out there, now if you think it's sustained, now you have to pivot. If you're a hater,
is it sustainable?
Is it Shanahan's fault? Is it sustainable? Anything like that? But as far as this season is concerned,
there's no arguments for today.
Just
you
put
can
the
argue
nail in
the
the
future,
coffin.
but
just you have nothing left.
No.
You have not. You have
what
nothing
are we at,
left.
week 13?
If you're really a hater,
right?
Because I know it could be an emotional letdown or something against the. It's over, man. Yeah. It's over.
Yeah.
For as far as the Brock Purdy hating conversation, you could try again next season, but this season, just give him his flowers because it's right there. And David Lombardi, he just hit the nail on the head. And if that's what it is, you got nothing else. All right, we have the sound from Micah Parsons, and really he was starting with Tua, and then just randomly throws a shot at Brock at the end. So here it is.
I truly believe I could be Tyreek Hill's quarterback. Yeah, I could throw it up to Tyreek Hill. I could throw a screen pass to Debo.
Just a random shade.
Why?
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I've been thinking about this. I could throw a screen pass to Debo.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons sounds like me.
Well, he was hyping up Brock early in the season.
He was actually.
Yeah.
You're right.
So I don't know if that's
he's
a
just
shot
talking,
at
man.
Brock, or if he's just like, I don't know what he's even trying to say.
Does that get under your skin at all, Nate?
No, look his face when he says it. Like if you could see, he's like looking up, like just kind of
Matter of fact,
in his own head, just like thinking about things to say, because they just put these guys on these podcasts and they just need them to say something.
Right.
And it holds no weight to me. It holds no weight.
Good. Yeah. We all have a buddy like
healthy.
Micah Parsons.
Yeah. But I'm pissed.
That thinks, hey, you know what? There are people I guess it's not as bad because Micah Parsons is still in the NFL.
Yeah.
We have buddies.
Micah Parsons is also really good.
Right. We have buddies that also think they could throw a screen to Debo.
Right. Absolutely.
And you see those things on social media. Do you think you could score on Giannis for $1 million or gain 5 yards in the NFL for $1 million? What do you think is more realistic?
Oh. I'm going to say the 5 yards.
5 yards.
Do you think
I think Giannis.
Oh man!
No, 5
do you
yards
think
is
all
I can
three
get
of
5
us?
yards.
Do you think all three of us could score on Giannis in a 24-second shot clock?
I think you could get lucky and throw the ball at the hoop and make a shot. I don't think there's any chance you run fast enough or even survive 5 yards without contact.
I can get 5 yards.
There's no.
I can get 5 yards behind Trent Williams. Ooh, is that a shot?
That's a shot.
At
That's
who?
definitely a shot.
McCaffrey?
At Christian McCaffrey.
It's just a shot at the greatness of Trent Williams. Shout out. It's not a shot, it's a shout.
Yeah. This is a wild show today. A lot of crazy takes.
This is what happens when the Kings don't take care of business.
It's their fault.
And they
We
don't
should
play.
be in Vegas right now.
Yeah.
we should be in Vegas right now before the team even gets there.
Playing
welcoming
Halliburton.
them. Playing Halliburton,
Oh, my
who
gosh.
we're trying to. I'm assuming the drive guys will get that sound for you for everybody listening. So hang on. Tyrese Halliburton was on NBA.
What do they call it?
NBA Today on ESPN. And all we saw, we have it muted in here, but all we saw was a question saying or asking him, were you looking forward to facing the Kings in the in-season tournament? So you can only imagine what that is going to bring.
Yeah, I mean, ESPN's always going to
just
try.
getting started, man.
I do almost feel bad for Tyrese at this point because he has had to now publicly state on multiple occasions, I don't want to talk about the trade anymore. And it just feels like no matter what any public appearance he has, people just want to ask him about the Kings and the emotions that go into that. And I'm hoping for Tyrese's sake that he just gives some super media trained bland answer, because if not, and I assume he did because I've been checking Twitter and I don't see anything on Twitter yet, because people will be coming for his head if he said anything regarding Domantas Sabonis or De'Aaron Fox.
I just don't think he would.
I don't think so either.
Scooter916 from the Sack Chat, I could get 5 yards for sure.
Y'all are tripping.
On the text line.
Insane.
On the text line from the 916. Parsons should focus on tackling Debo on a screen route and not throwing to him.
Nice. That's a good one.
42-10. That is the text of the day.
That's it.
That is the text of the day.
Sack Chat
so
of the
far.
day?
That is
that's a text. That's a text.
I thought you said the text could be the...
I don't know.
We can add it all together. We can have two from different versions. All right. Got to get to a break. When we get back, more Niners talk and more QB talk. Christian McCaffrey, the MVP, or should it go to Brock Purdy? Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
What's the latest with the San Francisco 49ers? Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross keep you up to date on all things red and gold during the Niners at 9 every weekday at 9 a.m. on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Hey there, listen up, Sacramento. Ready to make this holiday season unforgettable? Well, we've got something that'll have you jingling all the way. Picture this, a brand new 2024 Kia Forte LXS for only $279 per month plus tax with no money down. No, I did not stutter. No money down. That's right. Zip, zero, nada. Elk Grove Kia is spreading the joy this Christmas, and we're making it easier than ever for you to drive home in style. So why wait? I will say it again. Head on down to Elk Grove Kia and drive home your new 2024 Kia Forte LXS today with absolutely no money down. Elk Grove Kia is your go-to destination for top-notch quality and unbeatable service. Elk Grove Kia in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, or go to elkgrovekia.com. $279 plus tax, zero customer cash, signing residual of $10,000 per life, 250 days and 10K per year, 26 per mile over zero security. Since enter 100% requires step 1 starts 1231.
Elk Grove Kia.
Sactown Sports.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Talking Christian McCaffrey, talking Brock Purdy, as we had our Kings Roundtable earlier today. Be sure to go find that on YouTube if you missed it, or on the SactownSports.com app. You can listen to it there as well. As
great app.
Chris, you had some information about Christian McCaffrey for MVP and how that all would look.
Yeah, I mean, really interesting. It seemed like this morning there was some sort of, I like to call it propaganda. It doesn't necessarily have to mean that it's negative, but just a lot of numbers being thrown out there in the pro. Hey, wait a second. What about Christian McCaffrey for MVP case? This one's from Josh Dubois, who you said was in Sacramento on
I believe I saw him.
Was that Monday you said, or Saturday for some Kings games? So this is from Josh Dubois of the AP. Put this out, and I think this stat is criminally underutilized, underrated. Christian McCaffrey's 87 first downs are the second most for any player through 12 weeks in the last 10 seasons. David Johnson had 89 in 2016. The only 49ers with more first downs gained in an entire season, as far as records go back, was Frank Gore's 89 in 2006. So there's one for you. Again, I think first downs are one of those stats where just nobody really brings it up. It's interesting to me that in this fantasy football day and age we're in, where, you know, everybody's got a fantasy team and people do individual defensive players. Why don't people track first downs? Like first downs to me, like Juwan Jennings is really known as being like that third down guy that the Niners go to. The value of just getting a first down is incredible to me, just not talked about enough. Like how valuable it can be to have a Ezekiel Elliott who just always is getting first downs, or to truly show, oh, Jalen Hurts is, you know, the brotherly shove is really effective. Jalen Hurts has 15 first downs, 15 of 16 first down attempts on the year or something like that. I don't know. I think first downs could be a better utilized stat in football. Grant Cohn this morning put out Christian McCaffrey is on pace for 2,069 yards from scrimmage and 24 touchdowns this season. Marshall Faulk in his 2000 MVP season had 2,189 yards and 26 touchdowns in 2000. So pretty much similar stat line, only like 100 yards less and 2 less touchdowns. Marshall Faulk got the MVP in 2000. Christian McCaffrey on pace to do pretty much just that this season. And then our guy David Lombardi also took some time to not only, you know, water the Brock Purdy for MVP flower, also gave this for Christian McCaffrey. McCaffrey is the only NFL running back over 1,000 yards this season, despite the fact that he has faced stacked boxes on 40% of his runs, more than any other running back this season, which is just incredible.
That's
I mean, let me tell you, from somebody who watched Adrian Peterson for a good helping of his career, stacking the box does work. I mean, at some point it does work. If you throw enough bodies at the run, you can even slow down a Christian McCaffrey. Saquon as well, right?
Yeah.
He faces it all the time. If only Daniel Jones could throw it 5 yards.
Right. I wonder what Derrick Henry.
What his percentage is? It's probably up there as well. It's probably decreased
be.
throughout the years, but yeah.
You know, I can't remember where I saw this. There's so much content and information going around and coming at you every single day. but it was another checkmate when it comes to, well, I consider it a checkmate. I'll see if you do as well. And it's pretty simple in terms of the MVP conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes a little something like this. Christian McCaffrey played in Philadelphia during the playoffs last season.
He did.
And we saw what happened.
Sure.
So to me, I read that and it did put things in a different perspective. Now, does that necessarily mean that Brock should be MVP? I don't think those two things are completely connected, but it does, for me, fair, unfair, dampen a little bit of the MVP talk.
A little
Christian
bit.
McCaffrey.
But that's almost a little bit to me also like, you know, a center in the NBA is going to be dependent on how much his point guard gives him the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And like Christian McCaffrey doesn't especially if the game script doesn't allow it. Like he can't just imprint his will onto a game. Like he's got to be given the ball in runs or in screen passes or something. Like he's got to. That's not just on Christian McCaffrey. It's not like McCaffrey was being given opportunities and just wasn't doing anything with it.
We're talking about stacked box. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Josh Johnson, you
Josh
beat
Johnson,
us.
please. Yeah, I'll put 10 in the box at that point. And I'll just guard. Have one safety or something, guard all the receivers. Yeah, I mean, I hear that. I think it's a note, but I don't think that's a checkmate. To me, I hear you. It's a good point. It's a really good counter, but to me, you have some holes in that counter argument.
Okay.
Like, 'cause it's not his fault. Like running backs are really valuable when you're winning games. They help you seal victories. It's just really tough to get a running back involved when you're not winning or when the game's not even close. Like you're essentially just running out your own clock.
But that's what I'm saying. It's just for the MVP conversation specifically.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. And just
it's not about his value or how important he is, but
right.
in terms of the MVP conversation,
but that's
we
again
saw
where
what
it's just
happened
like
with Christian McCaffrey.
That's where quarterbacks just have a completely unfair advantage, and again, where it's like
that's why it goes to quarterback every year. So that's what I'm saying. We'll never know. But if Brock Purdy played in Philly, and there was no Christian McCaffrey, I don't know if the Niners win or not. But they would have had a better chance than what they had.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Let me ask you this. Who do you think, just in general, blanket, and I brought up like the NFL just doing a Heisman almost, like have an MVP and then have a Heisman. If you're just going to give it the MVP to a quarterback, who do you think is the best player in football? Just in general. Like, who do you think I wouldn't even say impacts the game because, again, that brings into value. But just the individual, it could be Debo. You can throw Myles Garrett in there. You could say, Aaron Donald. You could say Trent Williams if you want, Christian McCaffrey.
Emmanuel Acho has Trent Williams on his MVP list.
That's what, like, I think there needs to be a better representation of who the best player in football is. Like there cannot just be because the MVP is a flawed trophy.
The best player in football is still Patrick Mahomes.
That's interesting. Yeah, I don't think you're wrong. Yeah, but you can't give him an award for. You can't just give.
It's a LeBron thing.
But my goal, if I were to be the commissioner of football, I guess would be the role that's most likely to have this kind of power. But yeah, I mean, I would try and make my MVP trophy as close, however close we can get to getting a list of people that look like the best crop of players in today's game. However you got to phrase it, to me, the NFL needs to somehow lean towards getting that. It can be an award, it can be a new award, or making the MVP more of a wide conversation.
I don't think they need to do that. I just don't think they care.
At least for this year. It just feels like we're getting way too pigeonholed into it has to be a quarterback. With Jalen Hurts getting MVP odds boosted, a couple weeks ago after his team wins, 17 to 12.
Gritty win.
And you even said Brock Purdy, like that was the Brock Purdy performance to catapult.
But that was numbers,
though.
Right. Lowest air yards, but that was the numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems to me like we're finding out that I mean, maybe we've known it for a while, and it's just that the Niners have somebody at the forefront of the conversation, but just feels like the award is flawed.
It is flawed, but it's flawed in a way that the NFL does not mind or care about, because you are promoting the most jerseys that are going to get bought is the quarterback. Right. I mean, everything is driven on the quarterback. That is football society. That is part of it. When you're making a movie and you're doing the popular kid in school, you don't do the left guard. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Benny's the hottest dude.
But it's
in
like
school,
even skill
guard.
position. Like if Tyreek Hill can't get into like
back
more
in the day,
solid into the
it was never wide receiver. Funny enough,
I was
going to
say I think
sometimes it's been running back. Right. Sometimes if you watched Friday Night Lights or anything like that, sometimes it was running back, but it was
Adrian Peterson, last non-quarterback to win the MVP. Yeah.
Which feels eons ago.
It sure does.
But it's always going to be a quarterback.
I think if Cooper Kupp couldn't win the MVP, what was that, 2 years ago when he just broke, it seemed, every single receiving record out there, I guess to your point, it just kind of feels like we're past the point of it that being part of like anybody but a quarterback.
Yeah, what did he? And then
it was something
the triple crown, or something like
he won
that.
The triple crown. He had most
cared.
receptions, yards, and touchdowns. And because that's the thing is like, okay, if we're saying even in a year like this, it has to still be a quarterback to win. Well, then what does it take for a skill position player to do? Like you just
need a terrible year.
You have to win like you have to break a record.
I'll tell you
is that what it is?
I will tell you what. After this break, Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
It's that time of year again. Sactown Sports is welcoming Santa back to town for the 40th annual Santa Parade, Saturday, December 9th in downtown Sacramento. Grab the family and join us as we celebrate Santa's arrival with marching bands, superheroes, cheer squads, and more. Parade starts at 10 a.m. at 14th and N. We'll see you Saturday, December 9th in downtown for the Santa Parade with Western Health Advantage, Huff Home Services, and the California National Guard. Get more information at SactownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Wednesday spotlight is on. An unsettled day ahead. Rain showers filling in for the afternoon and through the early evening drive. Highs today in the lower 60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, our recipe for happy holidays is to think happy Honda days. There's no better time to visit Elk Grove Honda than during our year-end clearance sale in the Elk Grove Auto Mall or online at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Who has the largest selection of golf merchandise in Northern California? The Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. It's the go-to store for golf bags, apparel, equipment, lessons, club fittings, novelty items, and more. With their low price guarantee, complimentary gift boxes, and gift cards for your golfer, it's the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Add convenient online shopping and effortless after-Christmas return policy, and you'll see why the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is the #1 choice for golfers everywhere. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway or online at hagenoaks.com.
At Jim Boy's Tacos, you get a ho-ho-ho lot of flavor for under $10. Our classic #2 combo meal spreads cheer with a parm-dusted ground beef taco, scratch-made bean and cheese burrito, and a soft drink. So jingle on down to Jim Boy's or order online at participating locations.
Hey, this is Travis Kelce, NFL tight end and proud member of the Lowe's home team. Lowe's knows when you've got the best price, you've already won. That's why we offer the lowest price guarantee. If you find a better price online or in-store, we'll match it. Now you can score on the top brands from the Lowe's home team picks, like Scotts, LG, and DeWalt. So take on your projects with confidence. Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retail partner of the NFL.
Price match applies to the same item, current price of qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Amazon will be delivering packages to your house. Let Amazon deliver customers to your business. If that sounds good and you want more in 2024, simply text DIGITAL to 916-766-5105.
Live and local. This is Sactown Sports.
Stiles and Watkins. Sactown Sports taking you up to 2 p.m. 30 more minutes with you. Got crosstalk next segment. That'll be a good time, as always, with Kyle Draper and Whitey Gleason. Got to check in on Kyle because Kyle might be headed to Phoenix. Not today, but soon.
Yeah, I think it would probably be tomorrow if I had to guess, but no word on that or anything like that. And we did get word, speaking of getting word on Phoenix, our guy Brendan Nunez just pointed out, as we mentioned earlier on the show when they were on, they had to run over to Kings practice today. Brendan and Frankie is also putting out as well. Keegan Murray with his injured back did not practice today and will be day to day. Chris Duarte today was a full participant. So interesting developments on the Keegan front. We obviously know he had to miss a couple games with that lower back soreness, and then seemed to re-aggravate it in that game on Monday, and then checked back in, as a matter of fact.
This is the second time now. Yeah, this is the second time somebody's gone out, came back in. Now De'Aaron went out again,
right?
But Keegan did finish the game, and then it turns out that they shouldn't have done that. And when we were in the post-game presser, Keegan said, high-stakes game. They, again,
right.
I know we'll
it.
get over it eventually, but they really wanted to win that game. And you saw Kevin Durant last night tweak what looked like his knee or ankle or something, and he stayed in the game. So, I really do hope, just to bring this around to the future now, that the stench from this loss has gone away, because I think it really did hurt them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's in a weird way, it is good that they do have the Tuesday through Friday off so that you can kind of shake it off. And yeah, you just got to kind of move on, because now the in-season tournament, as far as you're concerned, is over. And this is now about the rest of the regular season, the rest of these, what would it be, 53 games I think they have left in the season. It's about focusing up and trying to steer the ship back straight, because like we talked about a lot in the roundtable, 20 or whatever, 19 games in so far, this has not been the best showing of Kings basketball. I think it's clear that there is a more fluid game that I think could be played, or it's just been clunky. There's been moments of good shooting, but maybe not good defense, or good defense and they're not knocking down their shots. And it just hasn't felt like the Kings have settled into the team that they want to be. And I think that's what the new focus should be. And I think these Tuesday through Friday days off should be a good mental reset for that as well.
To take it back to, and we don't know if Keegan's going to play or not, but I don't think this is a great sign. Couple days,
Probably
but not a great sign. To take it back to last season and how people claimed that the Kings were quote unquote lucky in terms of the injury.
Right.
Do you think this is what people had in mind, or now do you think that the Kings, you always come back to regress to the mean?
Right.
Now the Kings, because of last
pendulum has swung
on the complete other direction, and now they can't seem to stay healthy.
Yeah, it does feel like this is a slightly above average injuries. Like,
feels like it.
Typically, you might have a guy or two out. Maybe, you'll miss Keegan Murray for 3 weeks or something, but everybody else is healthy, and then you hope to be better when Keegan gets back. But it's been, Trey Lyles, took 8 games to even play his first game, and then Keegan's been in and out. Kevin Huerter, he missed a game with a finger injury. De'Aaron missed 5 games. Yeah, it feels like the pendulum just a little bit has swung too far the opposite way. I think that this isn't quite what people were saying when they were talking about the Kings having regressing back to the mean when it comes to injury luck, because that's really at the end of the day what it comes down to for the most part is luck. And you see teams like the Pelicans, and they haven't really had to struggle with injuries so far throughout this season, and that's new for them. It might come later. It might come in a month. It might come in 2 months. It might come right before the playoffs. I don't know, but I think that it's good that the Kings, it's not good that they're dealing with the injuries early in the season, but it's good that as a team, they're figuring out how to navigate injuries, because I think that's more so what people were upset at from last year. Is it never felt like you had to divert from the original plan. What was your counter as a team? If Keegan Murray went down, how were you going to adjust to that? I think that's more what people wanted to see. And at the very least, you're seeing it this year, what they try and do to adjust. I think the problem has been the adjustments haven't really been one-for-one replacements.
Yeah.
Like when De'Aaron's out, it's like, that's a special case. Your star's out. You're not going to be able to replace that. But Keegan Murray misses games. The Kings try and go to Chris Duarte. Not even close.
He's been out.
Doing. Yeah, he's been out as well, right? I completely forgot about him. Even something as small as Keon Ellis, like that, he finally cracks the rotation. It's a big move to get Davion to the bench and to insert Keon Ellis. Well, Keon Ellis gets like 2 starts or 2 games, I should say, and then he's hurt, and so you have to go back to the adjustment that you just made. And I don't know. Yeah, it's been a roller coaster so far this season.
It definitely has, and I'm thinking now just in terms of the Suns, and obviously the Suns haven't had Bradley Beal.
Right. But Keegan, the 36-year-old stayed healthy for all their games.
Right. And Keegan was probably going to be one of your main defenders on one of the two.
Right.
And if you don't have Keegan, this is just getting tougher and tougher, man. He's 35, by the way. Keegan.
Kevin Durant.
Don't put
sorry.
Don't put years on him.
Extra
don't
year
put years on him. A recent 35. He turned 35 in September.
Oh, okay.
No. Yeah, so he'll get through this season at 35.
Yeah, with him is more just the miles on KD. Like, again, he drafted in 2008. He had to do all those playoff warrior runs where you're playing every single game of the NBA season.
And before that
too, right?
Thunder.
With the Thunder, made it to a game 7 of that, and then made it to the finals against the Heat. Like, he's played a lot of basketball throughout his career, even with missing a season and a half, 2 seasons total with injury. He's got a lot of miles on his legs, and also I'm gonna keep, like, when you're 7 feet like that, I hate to say it, knock on wood, but any day can be your last when you've had that many lower body injuries, and you have the limbs that Kevin Durant has, where it just feels like Victor Wembanyama and Chet Holmgren, if someone just kind of falls at the wrong angle into their legs, it could be tragic. So, with KD, you just don't want to be relying on a guy, much like the Lakers don't want to be relying on LeBron as much as they are this early in the season. It just feels like it's a little bit unsustainable, or just a really, really tough ask to ask these guys at this point in their career to hold the weight that they're holding.
Speaking of LeBron, this in-season tournament, man, I am just still in awe of how well it's doing, because wasn't it just last week when the Lakers had a tough loss, right? Or they got their doors blown off in Philly. Maybe that was 2 weeks ago. And LeBron got asked something about the team.
Right.
And LeBron, he didn't say what team, but he said something like that. And, it was Panicville in Los Angeles. And now all of a sudden they go to this little old in-season tournament. And if they go on and win this could really give them some momentum.
Yeah.
And like you said, you're only playing 1 extra game. So you sacrifice 1 extra game to get the vibes right. in your locker room. I can't get over how, now look, I'm talking specifically about, I would say, hardcore NBA fans and players, which that might have been what Adam Silver was focusing on anyway. Adam Silver, I don't know if Adam Silver was focusing on the casual NBA fan that normally only watches the playoffs anyway. I don't think he believes that the in-season tournament was going to pull them in. Maybe later, but at first you got to start off with the hardcore
you got to
fans.
Convince those people
that even those hardcore fans might not watch every single game. They're watching after Christmas.
Right.
And I do think he's successfully got the players to buy in and got hardcore fans to buy in, and which in turn, if you are now saying, hey, yeah, we're going out to watch the in-season tournament final, and that person that you also bring out to the sports spot with you is a person that normally doesn't watch. Now they care. Right. So I can't speak enough about the job that the NBA has done, and really everybody tried to say we won't care, and maybe having LeBron in it helps. But it was just a couple weeks ago that the Lakers, it was panic time in Lakerville.
Yeah, no, I think that's going to be the best thing about it's going to be interesting to see actually how it pans out. But I think it's one of the major positives of the in-season tournament is that it gives your team hope. It gives you value. And again, like, it's something that your coach can harp on all season long of saying, I've seen us go through adversity, and we've came out as the one team that's standing at the top of the mountaintop. I know what we're capable of, and I do think that that's big. I think it's big for, like you're saying, getting the locker room right, maybe you can get D'Angelo Russell to buy in a little bit more on the defensive end, because it's like, look, dude, look at the potential of this team if we can just all pull on the same string. But also there is the counter of a team specifically like LA. It might give you false confidence, or not even false sense of confidence, where you think, you're looking around, you say,
trade
LeBron's like, I had my doubts about D'Lo, but he really showed up in this in-season tournament. And then you put too much value into winning that, and you see in the playoffs that through a 7-game series, which is a whole lot more different than a 1-game showout, you might not have the same feelings towards that guy as what you did in the middle of the season. Now you have 50 or 60 more games of information or of baggage that's blown up. Like, maybe you should have moved on from that guy, but since he had such a good in-season tournament, you made yourself believe that he was a piece that was going to work out.
It is a delicate dance and a balance, just like much of life is. All right, got to get to a break. When we get back, crosstalk with Kyle Draper and Whitey Gleason, the Drive Guys, Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Last season, the Sacramento Kings gave us a little bit of everything. A Pacific Division type GM of the Year, Coach of the Year, Clutch Player of the Year, All-Stars and All-NBA performers. Plus, we got to light the beam.
Here's a steal by Fox, the breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
What does this season have in store? Find out. Each right here on your proud home of the Beam Team, Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
This segment is brought to you by Light the World Giving Machine.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun. So you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Now try Babbel free. Just go to Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
Yep, 'tis the season. Hi, if you're like me, you take pride in your gift giving. Well, I've got a terrific idea for you. Gift cards from the Good Feet store. Okay, so arch supports aren't exactly what they've been hinting for, but you know they'd love them. And with the Good Feet lifetime warranty, it's a gift they'll enjoy forever. Buy a Good Feet gift card now, and Good Feet will boost its value 20%. That's a 20% gift free from the Good Feet store. If you have someone on your list who's on their feet all day, has sore feet, knee, hip, or back pain, or even plantar fasciitis, maybe needs an energy boost, or just wants to maintain their active lifestyle, a Good Feet Arch Support gift card could be the perfect gift.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
Pat Green and Diamond Rio. Live in concert, Saturday, December 9th, 7 p.m. The venue at Thunder Valley. Country music icons, Pat Green and Diamond Rio. With special guest, Mark Wills. On sale now at ThunderValleyResort.com. Pat Green and Diamond Rio.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kent Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kent Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 916-277-8599 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Joined by the Drive Guys, Kyle Draper and Whitey Gleason. Whitey Gleason and Kyle Draper. How are you two doing?
Good. It's warm in here. You guys must be on fire today.
We definitely have been on fire, and part of the reason we've been on fire is because of this question that was posed earlier. Maybe you heard it, maybe you didn't. Who is more important to their team, Domantas Sabonis or Brock Purdy?
That's an easy question. I mean, that's a slam dunk. It's Domantas Sabonis, clearly. I mean, and this is no shade to Brock Purdy. There's nobody that can replace Domantas Sabonis on the Kings. What he does, they structured their entire team around what Domantas Sabonis did. Meanwhile, the Niners structured their entire team, no matter who's starting at quarterback. I know you got to make the throws and everything like that, but I could argue you could take an average quarterback to a slightly above average quarterback and still succeed. You can't do that if you take an average center and plug them into the Kings.
If Sam Darnold's the quarterback, are the 49ers still a playoff team? Maybe.
Yeah.
Are they a contender?
I
don't know. I don't know. We don't know.
Yeah, to your point, if Domas isn't there, are the Kings a playoff team?
No.
Nope.
No.
That's yeah. And it's not a knock against Brock. It's just what Domas gives this team. They don't have anybody else.
No, they don't. They don't. And it's not to sound, you're not trying to sound because everybody is, don't want to be disrespectful. No, I went off yesterday. I walked to my car after and I just
thought about what you said.
Seeing Whitey's face.
I almost called you later. Dude, are you all right?
Everything okay? Alan, are you okay? No, that was good stuff. The Brock Purdy haters, don't get me started on them. Are you surprised at how Kevin Durant and the bad call last night with the Lakers and the Suns, and even Kevin Durant getting a little bit banged up, and we're learning more about Keegan Murray and how Keegan Murray re-injured his back, takes a break, he comes back in, and when we asked Keegan Murray, or when it was asked to Keegan Murray during the post-game presser, he said, "Hey, it was a high-stakes game." Are you surprised? I'm starting to see this thing as at first I thought it was just somewhat of a success. It might be more of a success with the players and really hardcore fans than anybody else. But I'm seeing this in-season tournament as a much bigger success than I think a lot of us thought it would.
I'm sure Kyle has a lot to say on that. I'll just say real quickly, just kind of cherry picking from what you just asked there. Anytime the Lakers get a favorable call to the game, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised by that at all.
No, definitely not.
That's all I got.
Yeah.
It has been a bigger success, I think, than anybody could have imagined. Because when you look at it, you watch the games being played. Go back to the night we played. Sure, we didn't play well, obviously, against the Pelicans. But that Celtics-Pacers game, that was
crazy.
A bar fight. They were going at it. Last night, Lakers-Suns, it's a big game no matter what. But you could tell the intensity was ratcheted up. And even Bucks Knicks last night. And so, there's some complaints. I got friends out there in Boston. They're complaining about the court. They're complaining about, the point differential and all that. But, from a King standpoint and from watching it out here, I think it's been amazing. Even the point differential, like watching that Warriors game, that was a factor and that was a good thing. And so, no, I think it's been great. I think it's here to stay. There'll be some tweaks, I think, but I think it's here to stay.
Yeah. What do you guys think are some things that you would want to see changed? I know I've heard, the group stages being divisions, making divisions actually matter again, since they don't mean anything in the NBA anymore. Maybe instead of doing these random group selections, having it just be your division. So, that kind of reignites that flame a little. Of course, the Kings are kind of in a little bit of a disadvantage when it comes to that sense, but do you like the courts? Do you feel like there's anything else that could be switched around?
Go ahead, buddy.
Well, I would say if you want it to be just a game of high stakes, glorified grab ass again, keep it like it is. But otherwise, I do think if you really wanted to, you want to start to address more of the issues of competitive integrity. Yeah, the group stage should probably be longer. I think they got lucky
5
this year.
games, maybe.
Nobody got in on some cockamamie tiebreaker, which is good, but that's possible the way it's set up. I think the group stage should be longer, so there's a little more meaning to actually advancing.
Yeah, and one change I would like to be made is the group stage 2 weeks all by itself.
Yeah.
I don't like you playing a tournament game and then just a regular game. Like last week against, the Warriors, you're playing this emotional high game. Then you got to come down and play a regular game against the Clippers and then Denver. And then you got to get back up. I don't like the up and down nature. Make it a 2-week thing. You can still count the games in the standings, but make every game during that stretch be part of the tournament.
I like that a
Yeah,
lot.
no, I was going to say, Chris, what you were saying about the divisions, because people were complaining about the Lakers, all their group games just oddly enough, just got cupcakes throughout the whole thing. So yeah, I think that, Lakers is there
of Los Angeles?
No, and Drapes, maybe last night when the call was made for the Lakers, is there a rule for the refs that just says, hey, even though everybody in the arena knows that this call was incorrect, is there a rule that says once you make a call, you can't change it? So, oops, the referee that called the timeout didn't see that the ball was loose because he was too far from the play. He was closer to LeBron. We all know that, and the ball was loose, but we can't do anything to change it.
There are certain triggers, and you guys know this, in the NBA for a review, and that's just not one of them. It can't be, what should have happened is, and another official can't even come to the other official and say, no, the ball was loose. You can't, that's not even a trigger.
Yeah.
I will say what's interesting, did you see the pool report after? And they said that Austin Reeves had the ball trapped on his thigh, on his legs, which constituted control. So the timeout was given correctly. This is in the pool report with the official after the game. And everybody's at home like, what? We're all watching the same thing.
Yeah.
And so that's not one of those things you can review or trigger, because basically it's telling a referee, A, you missed the call, or B, you don't know the rules or whatever. It's sort of making the official look bad. I'm not all up in arms about it like everybody else is. Like, bad calls happen all the time. And I don't understand, and I guess I do, but in the NBA, for some reason, it's more egregious. We talked about the Kansas City Chief no call for like 12 hours, and then we moved on. It's like bad calls happen in every sport.
Yeah.
Yeah, but for those of us who've been here a long time,
it's
it's the Lakers, and it just brings back
brings
back bad memories. That's all. Yeah, and don't worry. 2-minute report, is it out yet? I don't think so.
The 2 minutes not out yet.
Yeah, once that's out, they'll say, okay, we made a mistake. And it's like, okay, play on. Everything will be fine. The 2-minute report will make.
Yeah, it usually does, right? Yeah, it usually makes everybody happy.
Right.
Everybody's okay.
As long as you say so.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Right. When is the last time there was a really, really bad call against the Lakers? Is, I guess, the best.
I go last
LeBron
year.
would argue.
LeBron and at the Celtics game where he got whacked on the arm.
Patrick Beverly photo. Showing the referee the camera.
Yeah. And LeBron. And then that's when LeBron was on his hands and knees.
Yes.
He was heartbroken.
Just
man.
absolutely incredible.
Yeah, man. So Niners, I know I'm not gonna give you a hard time, Drapes, because we both got Philly ties. But really, where I'm going with this is they do look unbeatable right now. I don't know who could beat them. I'm just being honest.
They looked unbeatable before the losing streak too. Though.
They did, and they lost Trent and Debo.
Right.
I was always when it came to Philly, I was worried about their ability to score. I felt like a lot of people felt if the Niners can get it above 25, they're going to win this football game. I didn't think it would be that.
Right.
But I just don't see a team in the NFL that can score as much on the Niners compared to how much they will be able to stop the Niners.
I don't know about that because, and I hear you, even in games they lost, I mean, Cincinnati put up 31 on them.
Yeah.
Let's say, and Minnesota, Kirk Cousins looked good. They only put up 22. Cleveland, we know about their quarterback situation. For the Niners to lose, they got to have an off day.
Mm-hmm.
Things just aren't, going, properly, perfectly for them. But I maintain there have been times where, the Chiefs have looked unbeatable. The Dolphins have looked unbeatable. Dallas looks unbeatable, and so this is the Niners' turn to look unbeatable. Mm-hmm. Can they beat Baltimore? Will they beat Seattle this week? And how you're playing now isn't necessarily how you're playing when it matters the most. And that's why they say any given Sunday, right?
Yeah, and
anything could happen.
Football is not basketball either.
It's not
like best team does not always win.
That's true. That's true.
And they are banged up this week. Not to the extent of Trent Williams being out or Debo being out, but they're dealing with some injuries this week.
We'll see, and it'll be another emotional game. Any given Sunday and any given day, you will hear the Drive Guys with Whitey Gleason and Kyle Draper. That is coming up next from 2 to about 5:45. Thank you for listening to Stiles and Watkins. We will talk to you tomorrow. Until then, secure the bag, light the beam.
Last season, the Sacramento Kings gave us a little bit of